Hello everyone, Xeno What If here. Bring in part 18 of What If Sonic and his friends were in Remnant. Link in the description of the fanfiction of this What If. Listen here YouTube. I do not own anything and this is not a scam. The dragon, the echidna, and the raven. Shien was a village that resided in the continent of Anima, quite some distance away from the main city of Mistral. Far enough away that the only reasonable means of travel between the village and main city was usually by airship. For the most part, it wasn't a particularly large village, but not a small one either, and was usually peaceful. All except right now, as fires blazed across multiple buildings and the villagers all screamed as their home was now being raided by what looked like a small army of White Fang agents, all armed with guns and crude weapons like machetes, hammers, swords, and axes. Round up all the women and kids. Kill anyone who resists. The leader of the group shouted as all the White Fang members did as they were told. Homes were broken into, children and women were forcibly dragged out, kicking and screaming the whole time. Anyone who tried to resist was quickly cut or gunned down. One White Fang member in particular smashed a window open with his arm and threw in a fire dust grenade, which quickly exploded and caused the house to quickly catch fire. Move it, brat. One raider shoved a little girl to the ground, who was crying and sobbing as she watched her home catch fire. However, amidst the chaos, there appeared to be one person who kept a reasonably cool head as she moved in between the buildings, sneaking to a certain spot and making sure to avoid catching the attention of the White Fang raiders as she escorted a sobbing little girl. The person in question was a teenage girl with tan skin, short brown hair and blue eyes. For the most part, she wore a gray robe over her current attire, which was kept hidden. Search every house. Don't let a single person escape. They heard someone call out, causing the older girl to quietly gesture for the little girl to get behind her, putting a finger over mouth as the younger one nodded. They clung to the wall and waited for the raider to pass before it was all clear. I'm scared, the little girl clung to the older one like a lifeline. It's okay, she comforted. We're almost there. Peeking her head out from the entrance to the alleyway, the older girl saw that it was all clear and motioned for the little girl to follow her as they went for a brick wall near the outskirts of the village. Knowing which brick to look for, the older girl removed one from the wall to reveal a red signal flare device with a black bird emblem etched onto it. Reaching for it quickly, she aimed the signal flare up high and shot it up into the air. A stream of fire shot straight up, reaching well above the burning village before it exploded outward, taking the form of a giant bird that shined even brighter than the flames of the village below. The girl grimaced, knowing this would draw attention, but an emergency was still an emergency. A scream caused her to turn around. The girl glared as she saw the child she was escorting being taken hostage by the White Fang raider, who had a knife to her throat. The hell did you do? The raider questioned. Let her go. The older girl demanded. I don't think so. He held the knife closer to the little girl's throat, causing her to whimper with tears in her eyes. Grimacing with reluctance, the older girl held up her hands to surrender herself. While most of the village continued to burn, all the surviving women and children were brought to the square of the village and were all huddled close together, all crying and trying to comfort each other as a dozen White Fang raiders surrounded and guarded them. Why are you doing this? One woman muttered in terror as she held her child close to her. 'Cause you're human. One raider spat. But I bet you'll fetch a pretty high price on the black market, a pretty thing like you. Move it. Another raider joined in as he pushed the same blue-eyed girl and the child she was helping into the group of civilians. This one sent up some kind of signal. The raider said to the one who was apparently leading this group. The leader laughed. All that good that'll do them. Mistral's called back all the huntsmen so it's not like anyone's gonna do anything about it. The golden hero, the leader turned to see the little girl, the one who clung to the older blue-eyed one, muttered. He'll come. What was that, you little brat? The leader was about to strike her with the back of his sword, only for the older girl to catch him by the wrist and twist his arm, causing him to grunt in pain as he dropped his weapon, only for said girl to get shot in the side. Her light blue aura briefly flashed as she fell to her knees. This one's got an aura. The raider who shot her proclaimed as the leader got back up to look down at the glaring girl. I don't like the look in this one's eyes. I'll make an example out of you. The leader glared as he took out his sword, raised it and was ready to cut her down. only for a bright red portal to open up in between the girl and the leader of the raiders, much to his surprise, and even more so as a glowing red blade emerged from the portal to stab the leader through his gut. Everything then became deathly quiet as the head raider was thrown to the ground, holding the wound in his stomach as he looked up in shock to see a certain black-haired and red-eyed woman step out of the portal, which promptly closed behind her. B. Bronwyn. The head raider hacked up blood in surprise. "Good work with that signal, Vernal," Raven said, paying a small glance and smile to the blue-eyed girl, who smiled back as she stood up by her leader's side, who turned to glare back at all the surrounding raiders. "Shien village is part of my territory and attacking it will be the last mistake you'll ever make." Immediately, all the dozen raiders drew their weapons with those wielding guns getting ready to shoot her, only for Raven to appear in front of them in a flash of red and draw her sword, Omen, to begin cutting down the gunmen quickly. Following her lead, Vernal threw off her robe to reveal her attire, which consisted of a black sleeveless and legless shozoku for her upper body with a red sash tied across diagonally. She also wore black leather boots that stretched up to her thighs and red tape wrapped around her forearms with black arm guards. She drew a pair of dual weapons that looked like a mix between handguns and crescent-shaped blades. The last piece of detail she added to herself was a grim mask that looked like a Beowulf's face. Acting quickly, Vernal leapt towards the White Fang Raiders and fired her guns into two of them before landing and appearing back to back with Raven as they were surrounded by the remaining dozen or so. "I count at least 14, but the village is still swarming with more who might try to escape," Vernal reported. "Not to mention the Grim who'll be drawn here." "I know." Raven smiled as she gestured her head upward to the sound and engine's roar. Glancing upward, all the raiders looked in shock while Vernal smiled underneath her mask at the sight of a Manta gunship, one that looked like it belonged to the Atlas military, except that it had the emblem of a black bird painted on its underbelly. Raven's on the ground and made contact with Vernal. The pilot, a skinny man with long dirty blonde hair and gray eyes, reported. "You all know the drill, right?" "Yes, I will take the warriors and clear the village of the enemy." A man dressed in dark gray armor replied. His armor's design gave off the impression of a dark knight as he also wore a short red cape, as well as spiked shoulder pads, gauntlets and greaves. He wielded a large broadsword over his shoulder, and wore a helmet to cover his face, with the helmet bearing the resemblance to the skull of a grim wyvern. "And as usual, I'll stay here in case any grim show up." Another man in the back of the airship, partially obscured in shadows, said in annoyance. "Get ready to drop," the pilot ordered as the Manta descended near a rooftop, one of the few that wasn't burning, before the bay doors opened up. "Sieg, go." The armored man with the sword, the one named Sieg, quickly stepped out, along with a dozen men and women, all clad in black and red attire, dressing something equivalent to that of shinobi. Once they were all out, the gunship took to the air to begin patrolling the skies again. "Do not let a single raider escape," Sieg ordered, leading to all the warriors to quickly leap off the rooftop and into the village to catch and engage the leaders, while Sieg himself jumped from the roof and landed on the ground to face off against 6 White Fang raiders. He already drew his massive broadsword and slammed it on the ground, which caused his armored body to light on fire before advancing on the enemy. 3 of the raiders had guns and already opened fire on Sieg, but the flames around his body protected him from the bullets as he quickly swung his sword to bring down 2 raiders with one swing before swinging upward in a circular motion to take down the remaining 4 as they tried to gang up on him. Throughout the rest of the village, the black-clad warriors leapt from rooftop to rooftop in groups of 2 or 3, quickly moving to intercept any White Fang raider that tried to escape or fight back. A few of these warriors had guns, but the rest all had simpler weapons like swords and daggers and moved with such speed and accuracy that even most professional huntsmen would have a hard time catching up to them. One pair of warriors spotted a White Fang agent trying to retreat, only for one warrior to pull out a bolus and throw it to ensnare the agent's legs and trip him up, slowing him down enough for the 2 agents to leap down and subdue him. A trio Bronwyn warriors appeared in the middle of a group of 4 raiders, all of whom were helpless to defend against the relentless onslaught of punches and blade slashes, bringing them down quickly enough. Back in the center of the village, the 14 White Fang raiders tried to overwhelm Raven and Vernal, but numbers were the only advantage the enemy appeared to have, as the 2 warriors seemed more than skilled to deal with these enemies. Vernal quickly ducked under a hatchet slice from one raider and gave a cartwheel kick to his jaw to knock him down while also flipping up in the air to fire her weapons and gun down two that tried to catch her as she landed. Another tried to slice a sword at her, but Vernal caught the sword easily within the rings of her blades and sliced it apart with just the flick of her wrist before lunging her free blade into his stomach to end his life. Raven appeared surrounded by 10 White Fang raiders, but this didn't make her the least bit nervous, even as they all came in at the same time. She ducked and simultaneously changed Omen's blades from red to blue and sliced at the ground to spread out a series of ice spikes to catch all the raiders, getting several of them stuck. With them being immobilized, Raven moved quickly to cut them down one by one, dashing from one trapped warrior to another and slashing her sword with each dash. In the blink of an eye, she'd already cut down 6 of them as the remaining 4 managed to free themselves. One shot his gun at her, but Raven spun Omen in front of her like a helicopter blade to block the bullets before zooming in to slice her sword and bring him down. She saw the last 3 attempting to make a run for it, but Raven jumped and soared above the trio, changing out her dust blades as she did for a yellow one and landed in front of them before dashing past them, her yellow sword held out as all 3 were electrocuted and brought down. Though she didn't get a chance to celebrate this as a familiar howl was heard in the distance. She immediately contacted the pilot of the circling manta. "Shay, I know. Grim, tell Heracles it's time. You heard the lady, big boy." Shay, the pilot, said to the only remaining man in the manta. "Do what you do best." Even concealed in the shadows, a smile could be seen on the man's face. A pack of a dozen Beowulfs, along with 7 sabers, emerged for the tree line and gunned straight for the burning village, being drawn to the growing fear and panic like moths to a flame. However, before they could even reach Shien's border, the manta flew over them before the doors opened while airborne, allowing for someone to jump out and land with a powerful enough impact that the entire area shook briefly, and all the Grimm stopped in their tracks. What stood between them and their prey was a single man. An enormous beast of a man who stood well over 13 feet tall and was covered head to toe in muscles. His only attire consisted of a pair of black pants, he didn't even wear shoes as he was barefoot, and a black furred pelt over his back. His chest was completely bare, exposing his oversized muscles, and he also wore a helmet over his head that looked like the skull of a manticore Grimm with its mouth open to reveal his face and blue eyes. "Alright, who wants to go first?" The man named Heracles challenged the Grimm. The Beowulf at the front of the pack gave a roar as it charged first, gunning straight for the enormous man, who simply threw his fist outward to shatter the Beowulf's whole head with one hit. Next, he looked unimpressed at the remaining Grimm, all of whom charged him all at once with roars and howls, which only caused him to grin even more. 3 sabers and 6 Beowulfs attempted to leap and pile on top of him, but he flexed his arms to send them flying and crashing all around and across the ground hard before the monster of a man ran to throw out his fists in every direction of the Grimm, smashing them all with one hit each. One saber attempted to leap at him from behind and bite his shoulder, only for its teeth and claws to break as soon as they touched his skin. Heracles then grabbed the defanged Grimm by the face and used him to smash 2 Beowulfs attempting to charge him, killing all 3 instantly. One swing of his arm was enough to tear apart 3 Beowulfs in a single swing. He stomped on a saber's head to crush it before grabbing another one that leapt him by the throat and threw it into another saber and a Beowulf to destroy all of them at once. Only 4 Beowulfs remained and he wasn't about to let them get away and grow to become alphas in the future. He jumped into the air, reaching well above the tree line, raised his fists up high as he came back down with a powerful smash that created a crater upon impact, uprooted several trees from the shockwave alone and sent the last surviving Grimm flying and crashing against the torn-up ground before they all disintegrated. Looking around for any more signs of the Grimm, Heracles accessed the comms device in his helmet. "The Grimm are clear. Well done, meet us in the village, we're all finished here too," Raven ordered. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from Shien village, Yang drove her motorcycle through a natural path in the forested landscape as Knuckles rode in the back with her. Currently, Yang had her scroll plugged into a small terminal at the front of the motorcycle with the GPS currently active, guiding her and Knuckles to their destination. And for the most part, their ride had been relatively quiet. After shedding a great many tears upon their leaving of Haven Academy, Yang hadn't said a single word, and no doubt had a lot on her mind. Knuckles recognized this state Yang was in. Much like their investigation into Merlot, Yang had more or less tuned herself out after getting a harsh lesson on her over-reliance on her semblance, but this felt worse, mainly because of how personal it was. But she needed to get all this out, and someone to listen to her. Yang, we need to talk about Kiro. Knuckles began. I got nothing to say about him. She replied, keeping her eyes focused on the road. And I don't blame you, but don't you think you went too far? Knuckles questioned. That's when Yang pulled on her brakes, causing the motorcycle to stop. Too far, she began. Too far. She turned around to reveal her enraged look, her eyes burning red like before. My uncle, pretty much said to my face, that I'm just another raven in his eyes. He doesn't see me as his niece, just a do-over for his sister. And he probably feels that way about RWBY too. She's just a carbon copy of Summer to him. How in the hell did you think I was going to take that? That's not the issue. Knuckles stated back, not even flinching from her outburst. You're right to be mad at him. But threatening to kill him. That crosses a line. So, what? I'm supposed to just let him do whatever the hell he wants. Let him talk trash about my friends or try to manipulate my sister. Yang exclaimed. Of course not. Knuckles replied. Stand against him all you want, be willing to fight back if he steps out of line. But taking someone's life, especially a member of your family, that is something you can never take back. Ever. The two stared each other down, blazing red eyes against those of a fierce and unwavering purple. Yang, be honest with me, right here and now, would you really kill Kiro? For real? Yang's eyes remained red for a while, but as she let what Knuckles said process, the glow died down as she found herself looking away. No, she admitted shamefully. But, I needed him to take me seriously. RWBY's off limits. Do you think he'd actually try to harm her though? Knuckles asked, causing Yang to balk. After what he tried to do with Pyrrha, and what he did to John. We've already acknowledged that he went too far and betrayed your trust, including RWBY's. Knuckles interrupted. No point in repeating what we already know and what's already happened. But, even if he was being difficult, he does seem to care about your sister, and she still cares about him. Too bad he doesn't feel that way about me. Yang said, looking away in grief, causing Knuckles' look to soften. Even if he won't hurt her, what's to stop him from trying to take her away from me? She's the only family I have left, I can't lose her. She sniffled. Even if he did try something like that, do you really think she would? Do you think RWBY would leave you? Knuckles asked, causing Yang to look at him with tears in her eyes. I'm serious Yang, do you actually see RWBY abandoning you? No, Yang muttered. At least, I don't think so, but, what's to stop Kiro from trying to convince her to leave? How about herself? Knuckles responded. Have you tried talking with RWBY about this? Ask her how she feels. Are you kidding? You know what she's going through, right now. Yang questioned. All our family drama aside, nearly all her friends are gone. Scattered across the world. And that's only after she watched Penny get torn apart and Beacon almost completely destroyed. Not to mention there's a genocidal monster out there who is actively trying to kill her. Oh, and that's not even getting into all that mysterious crap going on with her eyes that nobody else seems to know the answers to. Not even you guys. She's just a kid. I can't dump all my problems on her and expect her to solve them all on her own. That's not what I'm saying, Knuckles tried. What exactly are you saying then, Knuckles? Yang questioned. What am I supposed to do other than what I've been doing? I'm the older sister, I'm the one who took care of RWBY when nobody else would. Yeah, I got cheated out of my childhood, but I'm not gonna take that out on her. I have to be strong, for her, even if it's alone. Knuckles sighed somewhat. You know who you sound like right now. Who? She growled. Me, he answered with a half smile. Out of all the answers she thought she'd hear, that was the one she did not expect. So much so that it left her surprised and confused enough that her anger began to die down, like a gentle rain falling over a blazing inferno. Oh, thanks, I guess. She had no idea how to respond. You already know my story. Knuckles began. My father was the strongest echidna I'd ever known. I didn't just love him, I admired him. He was my hero, in the same way you once saw Summer as Super Mom. And when he died, I felt lost. Weak. I hated feeling like that. I was the last of my tribe on Angel Island, so I felt it was my responsibility to protect the Master Emerald from that point forward. I thought I was honoring my father and the others by doing so, and I was. But maybe it was also a distraction, a way to focus on something and avoid facing my own helplessness. I trained myself for many years, to grow stronger for all those reasons. I learned to be strong alone. And then I met Sonic and everyone. After our first battle against Eggman, I returned to Angel Island, resumed my duties guarding the Emerald. But, it was then, when I slowly began to realize, just how lonely I was living on that island. Yang looked to him with sympathy and understanding. She remembered being told what had happened to his family before, and it was just as heartbreaking to hear it now as it was back then. But now, having been faced with her own problems and loneliness growing up, she couldn't help but see just how similar their childhoods were. That does sound like me sometimes. But even though my past was lonely, that just made my present all the brighter. Knuckles smiled. The more adventures I went on with Sonic and everyone, the more people I met, the more I began to open up my heart. And I made new connections, new friends. Nobody could ever replace my father or my tribe, but I found a new tribe, people I consider my family. And because of that, I'm stronger now than I ever was. And when it comes to that kind of strength, it's not enough to just protect the people around you, it's about trusting them. But, I trust RWBY, Yang tried. You trust her as a leader, yeah. But what about as a sister? Knuckles asked. What are you talking about? Of course, I trust her. Yang replied. Do you trust her to share your burdens though? Knuckles asked again, causing Yang to look in surprise. You're right, RWBY is going through a lot, and she might need you to be there for her. But, I think it would mean more to her and you if you open up and share your burdens with her too. You're not dumping your problems on her, you're sharing the load. Let her talk to you and let her share her burdens with you, and you do the same. Work through them together. Sonic is going to have RWBY's back no matter what, and I'm going to have yours, all our friends will. But you also gotta open yourself up to her too, that's how you show your true strength, that's how you show that you trust her. He said with a smile, putting a hand on her shoulder. Yang had listened to every word and felt herself truly touched by all of this, so much so that she was at a complete loss for words. Every word he just said had managed to work their way to her very core. Knuckles, Suddenly, the sounds of beastly roars and explosions had caught their attention, taking them out of the moment. The two focused their senses and could hear the source of the sounds coming further down the road, just up ahead. Yang got a good look at the map on her scroll. Looks like we're near that village Lionheart told us about. And someone might be fighting. Could be that huntsman team he sent. Knuckles assumed. We should help. Sorry, I know we're talking but, Yang muttered. I get it. Knuckles assured. Now let's go crush some skulls. He smirked. Yang smirked back as she revved up her motorcycle and drove further down the road, going at a much faster pace than before. It didn't even take them 5 minutes to reach a clearing where they spotted a large spiraling hill with a small village built at the very top of it. But what caught their attention first was the group of 4 huntsmen currently battling a swarm of Grimm on the ground at the base of the hill. One of them was a young faunus woman with blue eyes and dark blue hair tied back in a ponytail, light skin and blemishes on her face, as well as a pair of blue-furred serval cat legs with 3 claws on each. Her attire consisted of glasses on her face, a brown leather with brown gloves over a dark blue and black shirt that connected to a pair of shorts. This faunus woman wielded a pickaxe-like weapon, which she used to slice off a beowulf's head with a swing before leaping straight up into the air, twice as high as a normal person would. While airborne, she converted her pickaxe into a crossbow to fire a volley of fire dust arrows into a pack of 4 beowulfs to obliterate them. The second was a thin, light-skinned man with an undercut and goatee and a scar across his left eye. He had short and ragged black hair and orange eyes, and his outfit was that of a black and gray long-sleeved shirt and pants, all covered by minimalist dark gray armor. He ducked under the claw swipe of an Ursa and lunged a hook-like weapon into its arm and used that to swing himself over to land on the Ursa's back, wrapping his arms around its neck before flashing his hands into its face to emit a bright flash of white light, causing it to stumble before he plunged his hook weapon as well as a knife into the Ursa's face and pulled in opposite directions to rip the face apart before sliding off as its body disintegrated. The third individual was a lion faunus with olive-colored skin, amber-colored eyes and a lean muscular build. He had red hair that looked more like a lion's mane along with a pair of lion ears on his head as well as a growing beard. His attire was an armor that looked like something a Spartan would wear, complete with a red cape. His weapon looked like a pair of gauntlets and shields brought together, which he used to shield himself from the relentless pounding of a Burringle. However, the lion faunus smirked as when the Burringle raised his fists to try and smash him again, only for the man's shields to retracted as a pair of claw-like extensions appeared on his knuckles, which he used to slice and cut apart the fists of the gorilla-like Grim before he leapt to run his blades into its chest, pushing the Burringle down before repeatedly slashing and stabbing with his claw weapons until he tore the monster apart. And finally, the fourth and final huntsman, was a young man with light tan skin, green eyes and light brown hair styled in a bowl cut. He wore a brown long-sleeved shirt with a yellow dash across the middle, with only one sleeve covering the left arm, while his right arm was much more muscular than that of his right. He also wore a pair of green cargo pants, metallic knee pads and boots. But what stood out the most about him, was that his right and muscular arm was also equipped with a large drill-like weapon, which he used to impale through an incoming Ursa. The drill spun around to completely destroy the Grim before firing a series of lightning dust projectiles from his drill at a group of incoming sabbers, killing them all before they even reached him. "Is that all of them?" the man with the hooks questioned. "All for this area," the lion faunus replied. "All right, chalk up another victory to Team SAFR." The man with the drill cheered as he held up his hand for a high five, which the lion faunus reciprocated. "Heads up, looks like we got an audience," the cat faunus girl said, gesturing to the recently arrived Yong and Knuckles, the former looking with awe at how quickly these pro-huntsmen just wiped out the pack of Grim, with even Knuckles giving an impressed smile. "Team SAFR, I'm guessing?" the red echidna inquired. "I'm Knuckles, this is Yong, Lionheart sent us." "Oh, nice to meet you. The name's Arostra Sky," the cat faunus girl introduced. "I'm the leader and these are my lackeys." She gestured to her teammates behind her with a grin. "Lackeys?" the man with the hook questioned irritably. "Sunshine over there is Asher Mora." Arostra gestured before introducing the rest of her team. "The drill man is Pike Wright, and Lion Boy is Phoenix Namian." "Nice to meet you," Pike greeted with a friendly smile. "Welcome to the party, but a bit late I'm afraid," Phoenix said. Yong happened to look past them all and spotted something that immediately alarmed her. "You sure? 'Cause we got an incoming Nevermore." Everyone turned around to see a Nevermore descending from the sky, looking ready to smash its head into the ground and pulverize them. All 6 of them quickly readied themselves for a fight. However, none of them expected a gray-stripped fur tail to suddenly wrap itself around the neck of the Nevermore and pull up hard on it, forcing the Nevermore to veer up and just over the group of 6, much to their surprise. But as the Nevermore curved and struggled in the air, they all spotted someone riding on its back. It was a slim, female, anthropomorphic ring-tailed lemur with orchid purple eyes and light gray fur. Her clothing consisted of a small, yellow, cropped sleeveless top over a black short-sleeved bodysuit with orange stripes on the side, amber-colored shoes, yellow sports tape wrapped around her arms, and fingerless gloves. "Yeehaw!" the lemur sung out as she rode the Nevermore that struggled to shake her off. "Can't shake me off that easy, little birdie." "Is she riding a Nevermore?" Asher questioned in surprise. "Seems that way." Phoenix nodded before smirking. "Quite the daredevil." "Yeah, I like her," Arostra commented with a smile of her own. "You wanna go down? Okay, let's go down." The lemur kicked hard on the back of the Nevermore's neck and pulled on her elongated tail so that the Nevermore shot towards the ground, moving at too fast speeds for it to even stop. Once she was close enough, she pulled her tail back and leapt from the Nevermore before it crashed and skidded along the ground, leaving a trail as it went. "Woo! Perfect landing," she celebrated, raising her fists up. However, she failed to notice that the Nevermore was still alive, albeit barely as it lifted its head and looked ready to lunge at her with all its remaining strength. "Heads up," she heard a warning as Yong drove her motorcycle toward the downed Nevermore and fired a shot from Ember Silica to literally punch a hole through the Nevermore's head and finish it off by ramming her motorcycle through what was left of it, killing it all in one shot. "Wow, thanks for the save. Nice bike, by the way," the lemur complimented. "Thanks, it's new. You should have seen the old one." Yang said with a slight smile as Knuckles got off. Hey, aren't you Knuckles? The lemur asked the echidna. You travel all the time with Sonic the Hedgehog, don't you? That's me. He nodded. And you are? Tangle the lemur, nice to meet ya. She offered her elongated tail to shake like a hand. Likewise. Knuckles accepted the tail shake like it was no big deal. And I'm sure there's probably a reasonable, really cool, and possibly terrifying explanation of why my hometown is suddenly being attacked by these really scary but also kinda cool in an edgy kind of way monsters, but why don't you give it until after we finished clearing them out? Tangle offered. There's more. Yang questioned seriously. Yeah, a whole bunch of giant wasps are coming in from the sky too. Tangle explained. I went after the bird first because it was the biggest, but my friends could really use some help right now. No time to waste then, let's go. Knuckles said seriously. We'll help too. Pike offered, speaking for the rest of his team. Follow me, Tangle said as she led the group back towards the hill where her village resided. Oh, welcome to Spiral Hill Village, by the way. Shien Village. Using various ice and water dust crystals, as well as buckets of water from the nearby well, the Bronwyn tribe worked with the surviving villagers to extinguish all the fire from the burning buildings, as well as recover any injured or the bodies of the deceased. By the time it was done, more than half the village was a smoldering mess. The bodies of all the deceased villagers were laid out on the ground in the main square with blankets and sheets covering their bodies, while the bodies of the White Fang raiders were thrown into a pile. Raven observed most of this from the center of the village as Sieg approached her, having taken off his wyvern grim helmet to reveal his long silver hair and green eyes. 20 villagers are among the dead, mostly men. My guess, they were planning on selling the women or children, or use them for their own ends. Sieg reported. I see, Raven looked down somewhat. But it doesn't make sense though. Sieg commented. Sienna Khan might not be humanity's biggest fan, but you two have an agreement, keep to each other's turf. If nothing else, she's a woman of her word. And even if she wasn't, I'd see her more targeting an Atlas base or a huntsman camp, not a village in the middle of nowhere. Because she didn't. Raven revealed, much to Sieg's surprise. This wasn't the White Fang. Before Sieg could even ask what she meant by that, they heard Heracles of their warriors call to them. Hey, come over here. They went over to the towering giant as he and several of their black and red clad warriors had gathered the bodies of the raiders and removed their masks and equipment, all revealing that not a single one of them were Faunus. These guys ain't Faunus. They're human. It was true, despite wearing the attire that was consistent to that of the Faunus militia, none of them had any animal traits, all of them were human. Human. I don't get it, Sieg looked confused. Why pretend to be the White Fang? Take a closer look. Raven kneeled down to one of the bodies, picking up on the arm and turning it over to reveal a spider tattoo on the wrist. Spider. Malachite. Heracles growled. Where's their leader? Raven questioned Sieg. The trio soon came to Vernal, who stood guard over the leader of the raiders, who had his arms tied behind a support beam of a partially ruined building. The younger girl saw her leader approach and spoke to her. I patched up the wound, but he hasn't said a word. Raven wordlessly put a hand on Vernal's shoulder before leaning down to pry the mask of the leader's face, revealing that he was human too. You're a part of Spider. Why did Malachite send you here? The leader looked away, causing Raven to pull him up by his collar. Answer me. Why did Malachite attack this village? And why pretend to be the White Fang? This isn't her territory. Ever think that maybe the city of Mistral's a bit too small for us? The leader replied. With golden aliens flying around and wiping out Grim left and right, and those filthy Faunus thinking that they're able to stand against us humans, we gotta let them know who is really in charge. So, you attacked a village that wasn't even primarily Faunus? Vernal questioned, which only caused the leader to look away again. Malachite values money and power above all else, not human supremacy. Raven said, looking unconvinced. What is she planning? The leader scoffed. What good would it be if I told you? You gonna start a war with someone who's on Mistral's council. Pick a fight with every huntsman in the kingdom. Last chance. Raven warned. Tell me what your boss wants. The leader then spat in her face, causing Raven to drop him before she drew her sword, the blade glowing red. Fine. I'll figure it out myself. She sliced at his throat, cutting and burning it at the same time before he fell over dead soon after. This is too bold, even for Malachite. Sieg said as the four came together. She might be on Mistral's council, but starting a war with us or even Sienna Khan's White Fang is gonna cause a lot of damage to her organization. Unless, Vernal thought for a moment before her eyes widened in realization, you don't think she's working for Salem now, do you? Or someone who does work for Salem is using her, like what Eggman did with that punk Adam and Torchwick in Vale. Heracles guessed. He then noticed a complicated look in Raven's eyes at the mention of Adam. Sorry, but that punk. He made his choice. Raven commented. But I should have done better with him. He could have been part of the Four Winds. None of us could have suspected that he would actually go to Salem of all people. Sieg stated. You need not fault yourself for that. That still did little to deter Raven's own troubling thoughts. She remembered raiding an SDC mining camp for its resources, one that was also known for keeping Faunus slave labor. That's when she found the boy, who was 12 years old at the time, and had an SDC brand on his face. She took him in and saw the anger in his eyes. She thought she could use that in her tribe, so she trained him. When he was older, he said how he wanted to use his skills to help his people, and she offered him the choice to either stay with her or go and do what he wanted to help the Faunus. He chose the latter and she respected it. But maybe she should have done more to curb his anger. He always did have a temper. That's another child under her wing that she ruined, only this one turned into a monster, one of her own making. Well, she won't make that mistake again. If she did spot Adam again and he was just as violent as before and on Salem's side, she would kill him. But first things first, they had to figure out what Malachite was planning and if she was truly involved with Salem now. Excuse me, a middle-aged woman approached the group. Mayor Greenston. Raven nodded. First off, thank you. The mayor nodded. You saved our village. Sorry that we couldn't save everyone. Sieg apologized. But you did save most of us. And, I know our deal, Raven, Mayor Greenston began. You would provide our village protection from the Grim and other bandits, and we provide you and your tribe with food and resources. It was a good deal, and we both benefited, but you want to leave, don't you? Raven already knew where this was going. Yes. Greenston confirmed. Our people can't live here anymore. I understand. Raven accepted. Where will you go? Vernal asked. Is it true that Vale has been cleared of the Grim? Greenston responded with a question of her own. I've heard the reports, but it's true. Raven confirmed. I've seen it myself. Then that's where we'll go. Greenston said. All right. She snapped her fingers, leading to one of her black and red-clad warriors to leap down from a nearby rooftop. Help get all the surviving villagers to Shien and have him fly everyone to Vale, or at least one of the port cities that can get them all there if that's impossible. Once that's done, the rest of us will head back to base. Yes, ma'am. The warrior nodded as he followed the mayor to begin the evacuation. Hard to believe, a continent with no Grim, Heracles said. I still can't wrap my head around it. Nor could Raven. She would never forget what she saw in Beacon. A hedgehog clad in brilliant golden light, shining brighter like the sun, and carving through an army of Grim and robots like a hot knife through butter. Not even Ozpin was capable of such a feat. But even more unbelievable, was that he was somehow able to wipe out every Grim throughout the eastern half of Sanus and see to it that none would ever spawn there again. A part of her wanted to believe it, but it sounded too good to be true. As she thought more about this, she noticed an uncertain look in Vernal's eyes, like the girl wanted to say something but couldn't. You want to say something, Vernal, then say it. Raven told her. Oh, well, she stumbled a bit. I was just thinking. You said that Ozpin had no real plan to stop Salem, that all he was doing was building a wall made from the corpses of his followers. But, this golden hero guy, if he could destroy every Grim in Vale, maybe he could stop Salem permanently. And if he could, we should reach out to him. Sieg realized where she was going. And I would agree that. We don't know anything about him. Raven interrupted. Even if he did destroy Salem, how do we know that he's not just going to make Remnant into his own kingdom? How do we know he's no different from her or Ozpin? We could always ask him. Heracles suggested bluntly, which only caused Raven to glare. What? It seems the simpler option. We also know that your daughter is with him, so is that silver-eyed girl you mentioned. Sieg added. Maybe. No. Raven shook her head. She then saw Heracles look at her with a glare and a raised eyebrow. What? You really don't want your kid here? He questioned. I'm not mother material, Raven replied. Look how things turned out with Adam and April. Well, you did a good job with me, Vernal muttered. You're my sister, not my daughter. There's a difference, Raven countered, which only caused Vernal to look down. My point is, that your daughter and her sister are with the Golden Hero, right? So maybe that's a sign that he's not bad and we can actually talk to him. Sieg argued. Even if that were the case, the last thing I'd want is for mine or Summer's kid involved in all this. Raven stated. Might be too late for that if they're with the Golden Hero. And at least your little girl is still here, which is more than I can say for mine. Heracles looked away, which did cause Raven's own expression to soften somewhat. But before this conversation could continue any further, the same warrior had previously escorted the mayor returned. Raven, we have a problem. What now? She growled, being in no mood for any more problems. Shay was just attacked. That caused Raven and the others to look in surprise. Shay held his head as he tried to steady himself on the manta that was parked just outside the village with Mayor Greenston helping him up. A red portal opened up next to him as Raven stepped out with Vernal, Heracles, and Sieg right behind her, all four of them looking ready for a fight. Shay, what happened? Vernal asked as she came to his side. Something hit me, it was too fast. Shay tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Hey, over here, look. Sieg caught their attention, pointing to the right wing to see that the engine attached to the edge was missing. One of the dust engines is gone. Same over here too. Heracles pointed to the left wing on the other side to see that the dust engine was no longer attached. Stepping inside the cockpit, Raven looked to see the floor was pried open, revealing an empty compartment. The dust core that provided electricity for the ship was missing too. Taking careful inspection of this spot, as well as the wings, Raven saw that there was no major damage. Nothing was ripped or torn out, more like it was dismantled. Her guess, Shay was probably knocked out, which allowed whoever was responsible an opportunity to come in and take what they wanted, with the mayor and her escort only just now stumbling upon them. But to dismantle an Alta's vessel, and to do it so quickly and quietly without causing any kind of damage or a commotion, these were no simple thieves, but professionals. Who did this? Raven asked Shay. I don't know. It all happened so fast, he rubbed his head. I think I saw them, Mayor Greenston said. I didn't get too good of a look, but there were 3 of them, maybe they were faunus, one of them looked like some kind of bird, and… How did they escape so quickly? Raven questioned. I think, they rode on these boards, I don't know. But it almost looked like they flew. Mayor Greenston answered. But I saw them fly off in that direction, heading east. Raven looked out into the forest with narrowed eyes before coming to a decision. You 3 stay here. She gestured to her strongest warriors. Watch over Shien and its people, I'm going after the thieves. We could come with you. Vernal offered. We're the 4 winds, the strongest of the Bronwyn tribe. Exactly, that's why I need you here to look after things just in case the Grim or anybody else comes here to cause trouble. Raven stated. I can handle myself, now do it. Sure, leave it to us. Sieg nodded as he and Mayor Greenston helped Shay. With that, Raven dashed into the forest where she transformed into her bird form and flew into the air. As she did, Vernal couldn't help but look with worry. She knew her half-sister, the woman who raised her and led this tribe, was the strongest person she knew and could definitely handle herself in a fight. But, with how Remnant's been reacting to the Golden Hero and his actions, things have been looking more and more uncertain, and she couldn't help but be concerned. Vernal then felt a hand on her shoulder, causing her to look up to Heracles as he gave an assuring smile. Come on kid, you heard her. We got a job to do. This caused Vernal to smile back as they rejoined the rest of their tribe. Spiral Hill Village. The denizens of this village, all anthropomorphic animals, had sought shelter ever since that flash of light about a week ago had engulfed their village. Not long after that, they appeared in a new and unfamiliar environment, one teeming with deadly and unrelenting monsters. That included the swarm of giant hornet-like monsters that hovered over their town and flew down to slice and skewer at the rooftops with their claws and stingers. Quickly, everyone inside. A female anthropomorphic beetle with light blue skin and pink eyes directed as many of her fellow villagers as she could into her museum. This beetle wore a pink French blazer and skirt with white gloves and black leggings and pink heels. But as she helped bring the last of the villagers inside, she gasped at the sound of rapid buzzing from wings much bigger than hers and quickly looked up with a gasp at an incoming lancer who flew down to lunge its stinger at her. Only for said lancer to get lassoed by an elongated tail, hauled up, and slammed down into a nearby fountain, destroying it and the lancer in one slam. "Don't hurt my BFF," Tangle shouted to the disintegrating lancer. "Jewel, are you okay?" She immediately went to the beetle's side. "I'm alright Tangle, but these demon hornets are everywhere," the beetle named Jewel exclaimed in a panic. "Don't worry, I brought help," Tangle assured with a smile. The revving sound of a motorcycle echoed through the air as Yang arrived on the scene on her bike, Knuckles riding behind her. The blonde drove her motorcycle through the streets as she shot off multiple shotgun shots from Ember Celica to try and shot down the Lancers. Though one did get shot down, the others were quicker to react as they flew up higher to avoid the shots. During this time, Yang had spun in a constant circle around the destroyed fountain on her bike, gaining momentum with each spin until she gained what she thought was enough. Fastball special. Quickly pulling on the brakes and performing a slide on her bike led to it suddenly stopping as well as a vault of the rear to send Knuckles flying straight up to the Lancers. The red echidna drew both Galatine blades and pointed them forward as he spun like a drill and managed to pierce and eviscerate through two Lancers before coming back down. Using his own natural ability to glide, Knuckles went straight for a third and swung his right axe blade to completely bisect the Lancer before landing on the closest roof in dramatic fashion. Team SAFR quickly joined the fray as Arastra used her cat legs to leap up onto a rooftop and converted her weapon, Windlass, into its crossbow mode and fired off more dust arrows to try and shoot down the swarming Lancers, already taking down two with an ice and lightning arrow respectively. Pike followed her lead, staying on the ground to try and use his drill weapon to shoot down the Lancers themselves, managing to destroy one. "Pike, you and Yang take the south side, and I got the north. Force them in the middle and find a way to ground them," Arastra ordered. "The rest of you get ready to roofs and get ready to cut them down." "You got it." Pike nodded as he got on Yang's motorcycle and she drove it to the south side of the village while Arastra ran and leapt across to the northern end. Tangle and Jewel both watched as Phoenix and Asher climbed up to the roofs surrounding the town square to join Knuckles in preparation for the coming battle. "Tangle," Jewel looked to her questionably. "Who are these people?" "Oh, one of them's Knuckles, a friend of the legendary Sonic the Hedgehog," Tangle began. "Not quite sure on the rest, but they seem cool and know what they're doing with these grim things." "Grim?" Jewel questioned. "That's what they call these monsters. Creatures of Grim," Tangle answered. "Well, these beasts certainly fit such a terrifying description," Jewel commented, her form shaking. "Where is everybody?" Tangle asked. "All taking shelter. Most are in my museum," Jewel replied. "Good. You keep yourself face with them, I'll help Knuckles and the others clear these grim guys out," Tangle said. "Please be careful," Jewel urged. "Come on, when have I never been careful?" Tangle asked with a grin, which only caused Jewel to look at her with a questionable and unamused expression. Rhetorical question. She then coiled her tail like a spring and used it to launch herself up to the rooftops to join the others. "Hey, over here," Yang called out as she drove her motorcycle with Pike riding behind her. "You guys like negativity? Well, I got a lot right here for ya." Her eyes glowed red as she let all her pent-up anger to the surface, which drew the attention of all the Lancers in the area, consisting of a total of 5. "Here they come," Pike warned as Yang spun her ride around and drove them back towards the town center, all at the same time as Arastra fired more dust arrows at the 7 Lancers on the northern side, drawing their attention to her as she ran and lured them back to the town square. It didn't take long for her, Yang, and Pike to meet in the middle again, the Lancers all joining together for a group of 12, and they were right where the heroes wanted them. "Now," Arastra ordered. With that, the heroes attacked. Phoenix leapt at a Lancer from behind, using his claw weapons, Pandora's Aegis, to pierce through that Lancer's back and forced it to steer and crash into 2 more, sending them crashing to the ground where he proceeded to tear them apart with claw slashes and punches. Asher's weapons, Fortune's Fangs, converted into a combined glaive form, which he used to throw with pinpoint accuracy to slice off the head of one Lancer before using gravity dust to call the weapon back, piercing through a second Lancer in the process, to his hand. One Lancer tried to fire its umbilici stinger at him, but it was quickly shot down by an ice dust arrow that froze and shattered it, courtesy of Arastra, who winked and smiled at him from a nearby rooftop, the man giving a small smile and a nod back in response. Tangle threw out her tail like a lasso again to ensnare 3 lancers together and jumped down off the roof, gaining momentum as she fell before slamming them hard on the ground. One lancer at the bottom took the brunt of the impact, but the other 2 were cushioned by the one that had just died. Tangle recoiled her tail and was ready to keep fighting as the lancers recovered, only for Yang to ram her motorcycle into the back of one and run it over while Pike lunged his drill, rosin, into the back of the other to kill that one. All while Tangle watched with stars in her eyes and a wide smile. Finally, Knuckles leapt to the last 3, spinning his body and pointing Galatine forward again to drill through and destroy the lancer on the right before gliding to the one in the middle to grab and tackle it to the ground, punching and slicing with his blades to smash and tear it apart before they even landed. The last one launched its stinger at him from behind, only for the red echidna to catch it by its cord with his back turned and used his strength to pull it down into a punch to completely obliterate its head, killing it. Woo! Alright. Tangle cheered as she used her tail to grab Knuckles, Yang, and all of Team SAFR and pull them into a group hug. Those bugs were no match for these exterminators. Way to go, team. Before they could celebrate, however, the entire village began to shake, as well as much of the surrounding forest, much to their alarm. Now what? Asher complained. That's coming from outside the village. Knuckles stated. The group of 7 quickly made their way to the rear end of the village, on the opposite side of the pathway that led up to the entrance. Once at the wall, the group looked in absolute shock at what they were seeing. The entire ground was being torn apart as something slowly began to rise out of it. Something very large and imposing. Everyone, even the veteran huntsman, began to look rather nervous at the sight of a giant towering monolith that appeared to be forming itself from several large boulders that gave it a beastly humanoid shape, with its only distinguishing features being 2 massive arms on its sides, 2 sturdy stone legs that made it stand about as big as the hill that Spiral Hill Village stood atop, and a single massive boulder that served as the main body. All of these appendages were being connected together by some kind of red energy vein-like markings along the surface of the stone body, all of which led to a pitch-black patch at the very center of the main body where a bone-white mask-like face was seen with a single glowing yellow eye. "That's a big boy," Pike said in meek and frightened tone. "Is that a Grim?" Tangle exclaimed. "It's huge. It's a Petra Gigas," Asher stated. Basically what happens when a ghost like Grim called a Geist ends up possessing inorganic matter like rocks and stone to form a body. But there have been none that have ever been this huge before. Now I really wish I hadn't destroyed that necklace. Asher thought to himself. How do you kill this thing? Knuckles questioned. Do enough damage to the center body and force the Geist out. Arastra answered. But something that big. That thing's probably even bigger than the wyvern back at Beacon, but this time we don't have Supersonic to save us. Yang thought as she got a good look at the towering colossus, trying to find some kind of weakness to exploit. There's gotta be something I can do. I'm not helpless. Something. Heads up. Phoenix warned as they saw the towering Petra Gigas raise its enormous right arm, ready to bring it down. If that thing hits, Tangle's face went pale. It won't just destroy Spiral Hill Village, it would obliterate the entire hill that the village was built on top of. Everyone would die. Even Jewel. All of you. Behind me. Now. Knuckles ordered as he put Galatine away and punched out much of the wall that separated the village from the steep slope of the hill and allowed him a chance to step up further, just as the Gigas swung its arm down. But Knuckles stood his ground, gave a mighty yell and held out his hands to actually catch the Gigas' strike. The resulting shockwave knocked Yang, Tangle, and Team SAFR back. But as they got up, all of them looked in complete and total surprise to see Knuckles actually holding back the massive stone limb of the Gigas Colossus. But even though it was clearly a struggle for the red echidna, his body shaking as he gnashed his teeth together, he refused to budge an inch. The sight of it looked like the equivalent of a rat pushing up against a person's foot. I'll hold it back. You try and go for the joint. Disarm it. Knuckles told everyone as he continued to push against the limb. He's right. This thing might be big, but it's slow. It can't move too quickly. Phoenix stated. Well, you heard the man. Go for the joint. Orostra ordered as she jumped high and up onto the Gigas arm with Phoenix, Asher, and Pike right behind her. Wait, the joint, Yang said in realization. Even as Knuckles kept one arm back, the Gigas Colossus still had its left arm, which it was slowly raising to try and retaliate. Even as quickly as Team SAFR moved up the limb that Knuckles held down, they wouldn't be able to stop the other one. That's when she got an idea. Tangle, was it? Yang addressed the lemur. Yeah, she responded. Launch me at the other joint. Yang ordered. The lemur saw the left arm being slowly raised and realized the situation they were in. No time to question it, Tangle looked back to a lamppost in the adjacent building and was quick to stretch out her tail, which acted as a third hand to grab onto the building before running out and wrapping her tail around the lamppost to make a slingshot. Hop on, Tangle told Yang, who leaned herself back on the tail slingshot, stepping back out as far as she could. Yang, Knuckles saw what she was doing and was looking worried. Knuckles, trust me, I know what I'm doing, she said seriously. That look in her eyes, the fierce determination in her usual lilac color, that was all he needed before he smiled. Show this thing who's boss. Yang smiled back as she stepped back more. Meanwhile, Team SAFR ran as hard and as fast as they could up the right arm of the Gigas Colossus, but when Asher looked to the side, he saw the left arm being raised up high and was already pointing straight up. It's gonna hit, he warned. I'll go for the joint. Orostra used her cat legs to jump out further, making more distance as she neared the shoulder. No, she won't make it in time, Phoenix exclaimed. Come on Fate's hand, we need a high roll here. Pike prayed, hoping his semblance would do something, yet he feared the situation being made worse because of it. I'm ready, Yang told Tangle. Bon voyage. The lemur saluted before letting loose, sending Yang soaring for the left joint as she pulled her fist back. I've got a ton of stored up energy inside me since that big fight at Beacon. Yang thought to herself as she flew. I want to let it all loose and smash this thing to pieces. But, that's not the right thing to do here. Time nearly slowed to a crawl for her as she activated her semblance. I'll use about a third of my power, save the rest for later. Focus, Yang. Fight smarter, not harder. Take a third of your power, and focus it all in your fist. Her hair began to glow, with only embers at the tips of her hair, but most interesting at all, her aura began to shine around her right fist, the one she pulled back, and glowed a yellow-orange color as she reached her target. With a mighty yell Yang thrusted her fist and struck the joint, which unleashed a burst of energy that shot through and obliterated the entire joint of the left arm, causing it all to fall backwards, the Geist giving a ghostly moan as its colossal body took a few steps back. Orostra, Pike, Phoenix, and Asher all felt their eyes turn into circles as their jaws hung open. Tangle's jaw almost disconnected from her mouth before a wide smile appeared on her face as stars appeared in her eyes. And Knuckles, all he did was smile with pride. Seeing how she was about to fall, Yang fired a shot from her gauntlets to propel herself onto the shoulder of the Gigas Colossus, grabbing onto the stone from with both her hands. I got the arm. Get the other one while it's stunned. She called out to Team SAFR. Phoenix was the first to get over his surprise as he bolted up the left arm, Pike and Asher right behind him. Orostra had already reached the joint on the shoulder and had her weapon converted into its pickaxe mode, which she used to hack away much of the rocks that surrounded the joint. Phoenix had already caught up to her, and as she exposed the joint, he looked to his leader with a nod, who nodded back to him as she put her hand on his shoulder. Using her semblance, equilibrium, she took out a fire dust crystal and crushed it in her grip. Her aura turned from blue to bright red as she allowed the fire power to be split in half of it going to Phoenix to heal any damage to his aura and causing it to light on fire, while the other half of it was redirected into the exposed joint of Gigas Colossus, causing it to light on fire and severely weaken it. With this boost in literal fire power, Phoenix used his claw weapons and his own natural strength to slice and smash up the entire joint just as Asher and Pike caught up. Once again, the Geist gave a ghostly moan as the resulting explosion caused its remaining arm to fall off, to which Team SAFR responded by jumping off the limb before it fell and grabbed onto the stones of the main unit, or jammed their weapons in if they couldn't find anything to grab on. Likewise, Knuckles was allowed relief as he let the arm he was holding back fall to the ground, giving him the chance to catch his breath as Tangle came to his side. You good? She asked. Yeah, he stood up straight. But we're not done yet. We need to take out its legs. Can you tie them together while I kneecap it? Done. Tangle smiled as the two made their way to the ground. Quick, go for the grim at the center before it reforms its arms. Arastra called to Yang, who gave her a thumbs up before letting go to let herself fall closer to the center, using more shots from her gauntlets to control her descent. Upon spotting her target, Yang punched a hole into the stone, appearing next to the mask-like face of the Geist. But right as she did, several clawed stone hands suddenly emerged from the surrounding rock to quickly grab Yang and press her hard against the rocky body. It was trying to crush her. Fortunately, Phoenix, who used his clawed weapons to climb and leap down across the stone like a lion, had appeared to slice many of the clawed arms off just as his teammates arrived. I'll try and force it out. Just watch my back, Pike said as he used his rosin to drill into the stone just directly above the Geist's face. But as he did, several more stone hands appeared to try and grab at him, only for Asher and Arastra to quickly appear and use their own weapons to cut them down, and were joined by Yang and Phoenix to punch out any stone hands that appeared as well. Down below, Tangle and Knuckles had made it to the Gigas Colossus, legs, and saw it attempt to lift its left leg. Oh no, you don't. Tangle threw her tail out and snared the knee area, which was noticeably thinner than the massive boulder that made up the foot. She then jumped up to the right leg, grabbing onto a piece of stone, and quickly climbed up, over, and behind to the rear of the right leg, making sure her tail got tangled up between the knees. I got it. But I'm not that strong, so I can't hold it long. This is long enough. Knuckles jumped up onto the left foot and quickly drew Galatine, using axe blades to dig and climb his way up towards the left knee first. Once he was there, he threw his fist out with enough force to shatter the left knee joint and deal significant damage to the right, forcing the left leg to fall apart as its right leg was simultaneously cripped, nearly bring it down completely with only one leg left. But as Knuckles and Tangle got back down, they noticed the boulders from the fallen arms slowly levitating back up to the main body. I think it's trying arm itself back up again. Tangle exclaimed. Yang, we're out of time, Knuckles called up to her. You and the others need to take that grim down now. Working on it, Yang called back as she used one arm to keep a hold of the stone while using her free hand to punch out and shoot any rock claws that emerged around her, with Arastra, Asher, and Phoenix doing something similar and keeping Pike safe as he drilled his way deeper above the Geist's face. I don't get it. No Geist is supposed to be this powerful. Phoenix exclaimed. Big body aside, where are all these hands coming from? Does it matter? Just keep fighting, Asher shouted as he cut off another stone hand. I got through, Pike announced as he finally broke through the stone above the Geist. However, as he did, a bright blue light shone through the hole, catching his teammates and Yang's attention. Looking through said hole, Pike was beyond shocked to see a blue gemstone inside, one that was being held by black ghostly hands which likely belonged to the Geist just underneath. Is that a dust crystal? Yang made her way up and looked into the hole, only to gasp at what she saw. A Chaos Emerald. Chaos what? Pike questioned. No time to explain. Just grab it. Yang reached for the blue Chaos Emerald, but once she grabbed it, the ghostly hands of the Geist reached out to grab her arm and tried to pull her in. She fought back as hard as she could, grabbing onto her arm to pull herself out. Pike wrapped his free arm around her waist and began to pull as well, followed by the rest of their teammates. Ready, pull, Arastra shouted as they all heaved with all their strength. And with the combined strength of all five of them, they had yanked out Yang and the blue Chaos Emerald, causing them all to be lunged and fall back away from the stone body of the Gigas Colossus. The Geist gave a shrill cry as it felt the source of its power being ripped out. It could no longer maintain the strain of such an enormous body and was forced to flee, emerging from the stone to reveal its ghostly appearance, which caused the red vein light glow all over the massive stone form to vanish as its body quickly collapsed, all with Yang and Team SAFR falling to the ground. Tangle, catch them, Knuckles ordered. On it, coiling up her tail, Tangle bounced herself straight up to catch Yang first, along with Team SAFR as they grabbed a hold of each other. And as they fell, Tangle curled up her tail underneath herself. Heads up, this might hurt a bit, she warned as all six of them landed hard, Tangle's curled up tail taking the brunt of the impact. At the same time, Knuckles saw the Geist attempting to fly away, but he also took notice of the falling stones and quickly got an idea. He ran to the nearest rock and jumped to it as it fell and jumped from that to another one to get him closer to the fleeing Geist. But once he got to the second rock, there were no more to close the distance between himself and the fleeing Grim, but he was close enough. Pounding on the rock he was on with enough force, it not only shattered said rock but even launched himself at the ghost-like Grim. Turning around, the last thing the Geist would ever see is Knuckles' fist, shattering its mask-like face and killing it. He then landed on the ground on his feet in one fist as the last of the rocks fell behind him for dramatic effect. "Victory is ours," the Red Echidna said with finality. "Everyone okay?" Arastra asked the group. "Groan if you're alive." "Ah." All of her teammates as well as Yang and Tangle groaned in response as they all rolled off each other. "How's your tail?" Pike asked Tangle, who held up her tail to show that it was bent and bruised but still good. "Might need some ice, but it'll be good as new by tomorrow," she replied as she stood back up and straightened her back. As everyone else got up, Yang was still on her knees in exhaustion and was soon approached by Knuckles. As soon as she saw him, she held up her right hand, which held the glowing blue Chaos Emerald. Knuckles was momentarily surprised by that before taking the emerald in one hand and then placing the other on Yang's shoulder and then smiled. "Nice job." An emotional smile fell across Yang's face as she wrapped her arms around him, Knuckles doing the same as he patted her back. He could tell that she really needed this, both the support he offered as well as this victory. "So, it's over, now? Like, for real?" Tangle asked. "Yeah, it's over," Phoenix confirmed. "Alright, group hug time." Tangle used her tail to pull everyone into a hug, causing laughs and smiles to be shared by all 7 of them. "Let's get back to the village and celebrate. Gotta let the town know it's over." "You guys go on ahead," Yang said. "I want to talk with Knuckles for a bit." "Sure, whatever you say." Tangle understood as she let them all go. "Now that the town's no longer in danger, let me show you all around," she said to Team SAFR as they made their way back to Spiral Hill Village. "You should check out Jewel's museum first, it's awesome." As they left, Yang and Knuckles were both left to their own business as the blonde sat down in exhaustion. "You okay?" Knuckles asked. "I think we have something, with my semblance," Yang said, causing Knuckles to look at her curiously as she looked at her own hand. "I had a lot of stored up energy since Beacon, and I did what you told me, broke it up and used only about a third of it." "That was a lot, I know, but I still got plenty left over. And when I used it, I felt something with my aura, like the energy at my fist as I focused it, like my aura getting stronger there, and when I hit, I felt a wave of energy washing over me, over my whole aura, like the aura itself absorbed the recoil. I think my aura is getting stronger. Whatever we were doing with my semblance, it's definitely something. From the sound of it, your semblance could be evolving," Knuckles said, "and you seem to have a much better handle on it than before. You're more aware of the energy you have and how much you're giving. That's some nice progress." "Thanks," and she looked down a bit. "I'm sorry for yelling at you earlier." "I get it." Knuckles understood. "I don't blame you for being angry. Your whole situation is complicated. But why are you so willing to give Kiro another chance?" Yang questioned. "What he did, what he said to me, how he's been treating you and Sonic. It's wrong, there's no question," Knuckles said as he sat down to her level. "You already know that when I first met Sonic, we were enemies. Eggman tricked me into fight him and he stole the Master Emerald, endangered our whole world. But despite me trying to kill him, Sonic gave me a chance to make things right and I took it, fighting alongside him. And it wasn't only then, a lot of our friends and allies were once our enemies, whether it was a misunderstanding or even someone actually wanting to do something really bad, but they saw the error of their ways and wanted to change. Heck, one of my former enemies is guarding the Master Emerald as we speak, the one thing I prioritized above everything else, and I trust her enough to guard it in my stead, and she also sees it as a form of atonement on her part." Her, Yang wondered before a sly grin formed on her face. "What, you got a special lady echidna in your life?" She nudged his side, causing him to smirk amusingly. "Not like what you're implying, but yes," Knuckles confirmed. "An echidna named Shade. She was once in service of a dangerous tyrant hellbent on dominating the world. But once she saw she was on the wrong path, she went to help us and has been a strong and fierce ally ever since. Heck, your own partner, Blake, was part of a terrorist group." But you still trust her, don't you? My point is, we've given a lot of people chances to make things right, and it wouldn't be fair of me if I didn't do the same thing with Kiro. What if he doesn't want it though? Yang questioned as her mood became sour again. I mean, just because some second chances have worked out doesn't mean it always will. Some people are just bad. You're not wrong, Knuckles admitted. But I'm not gonna deny someone a second chance just because I'm afraid it won't work out. If you want to give him a second chance, then fine. That's your call. I just don't know if I can, Yang stated, looking away. And, what if RWBY wants to give him a chance? Knuckles asked seriously. There it was. The million-dollar question. Above all else, Yang valued RWBY's safety and well-being, even more so than her own. Kiro has proven that he's willing to do anything and everything to appease Ozpin, and if the man asked Kiro to put RWBY in danger, then she feared him doing just that. But, if RWBY really wanted to give him a chance. I don't know, Yang said, looking down as she hugged her own knees. Knuckles understood that as he was by her side and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. I stand by what I said, I don't want to just dump everything on her, especially when she's got stuff she's gotta deal with too. But, maybe I can at least talk with her, let her know what I'm feeling, and listen to what she has to say too. Sounds like a plan, Knuckles smiled, patting her shoulder. And I stand by what I said, I'm going to do everything I can to help you find your mother and get some answers out of her. While Yang was grateful to hear that, there also came a bit of a worry that she didn't want to face until now. But, what if she's not what I hope she is? I mean, she left after the fight at Beacon, without even saying anything, she growled again. She's willing to protect us from monsters and psychopaths, but spending 5 minutes to talk with us is out of the question. Once again, Knuckles listened to Yang's venting and understood how she felt. A part of him wanted to tell her what Tai Yang told him, about how her mother tried to take her away as a baby and even fought the rest of her team and family to keep Yang safe, albeit out of sheer misplaced paranoia, but maybe that might be too much for right now. Maybe that might just add on to the burden that Yang's feeling and make it worse. He may tell her later, but not right now. So instead, he just patted her on the shoulder and smiled at her. We'll figure out as we go along. And we'll do it together. I got back your Yang, no matter what. He stood up and offered her his hand. Yang looked at him with shaky eyes before a smile appeared on her face as well, and she accepted his hand, standing up on her own 2 feet again. Thank you, Knuckles. She wiped the tears from her eyes. You have no idea how much that means to me. With that, the two went back to Spiral Hill Village, completely unaware that they were being spied on from the surrounding forest. 2 of the trees shifted and changed form, one in the manner of pink glass-like sparkles to reveal the true form of Neapolitan, while the other changed in a more organic manner to reveal Mimik's own real appearance. Huh, so the heroes and their pet brats are here too. Why am I not surprised? Mimik noted. He then took notice of Neo drawing her sword form her parasol. Hold it, kid. He stopped her from advancing. You just saw what went down. You wanna go up against a couple beasts like that in a team of pro huntsmen? Neo turned to glare at him as she took the form of Yang and then Kiro and then Torchwick. Yeah, you want payback. Mimik said. And maybe killing or kidnapping one of the man's kids would be enough to get him out in the open. But you need to remember that Sonic and his buddies are watching over them, and the fact that they've trounced you every time you fought them, remember? That caused Neo to glare hard as she turned back to normal. You want revenge? Then you gotta be smart about it, otherwise you're just gonna get yourself killed, and the people you hate the most are gonna walk away and not give you another thought. Mimik told her. So, let's report back to Malachite. And yeah, I know she's a pain, but she's got resources that we can use. Good things come to those who wait, kid. He looked at her with a sinister smile. You'll get your revenge, and I'll promise you'll enjoy every delicious minute of it, but keep an open mind. An opportunity to cause your enemy unbearable pain may present itself, if you're smart enough to see it. Now come on, let's go. He whistled a tune as he made their way back to their hidden vehicle. If Neo was being honest with herself, she really didn't like Mimik. She could tell right away that he didn't care about her and was probably using her. But at the same time, he was the best way at getting past Sonic and his friends in order to get to her target. The man who killed her Roman. That bimbo with the blonde hair, and that little red whom Roman had fought before, they had some kind of connection to Kiro, and she would use them to get to him. She will kill Kiro and make him suffer before she finished him off. But she knew that Mimik was right, she had to be smart about it. So, she'll play with him and Malachite for now. But the second it looks like he's gonna stab her in the back, he'll be next on her list. Meanwhile, in the skies above Mistral, a single airship soared above the clouds. This airship had the appearance of a metallic zeppelin with a hawk-like figurehead on the front. On each side of the balloon was a propeller engine with double-layer propellers along the sides, and two smaller propellers down below near the gondola. And in the rear was a horizontal rudder on each side of the bottom. But what stood out the most was the unusual symbol painted on each of the engines, a symbol of a lamp with air around it. This airship served as both a base and a home for a trio of thieves and had everything they needed. A bridge that had its own autopilot system built in, a kitchen to cook food, a bedroom for each member, an office for the team's leader, and a laboratory, where all three present members were currently in. A purple anthropomorphic swallow dressed in white analyzed at the engine parts of that airship they attempted to dismantle, as well as the core that powered it, and appeared quite interested in what she was looking at. Fascinating. Well, Wave. A green anthropomorphic hawk with blue eyes who wore red boots, white gloves, and a green pair of goggles questioned as he and a much larger and bulkier, gray-feathered anthropomorphic albatross with light blue eyes were both in the same lab together, though the bigger individual looked absolutely bored, on the verge of sleeping even. The power source for these devices, it's not at all like what we use for our gears. The female bird named Wave explained. The fuel for these machines appears to be some kind of crystallized elemental power. I'm primarily seeing electricity in all these microscopic crystals, but I also see other forms like heat and wind. Crystallized elements. That sounds a lot like magic. The leader of the group noted. I don't know if it's magic, but it's definitely something we can use, Jet. Wave said. This is so boring. The bigger bird groaned loudly, sliding down along the wall. When am I gonna punch something? Well, if those monsters we've seen down on the ground are any indication, soon. Wave commented in annoyance. But I'd also have an escape plan handy, just in case. You can't just brute force your way out of everything, Storm. Yaha. The one called Storm stood up and protested immaturely. My fists have always gotten me out of trouble. Only to cause even more trouble for us later on. Wave argued as she stepped away from her workstation to confront Storm, much to their leader's annoyance. If there's trouble, I'll just punch it like always. Storm continued. That's my point. Use your head for once. Wave exclaimed. I can use my head to smash stuff. Storm argued. That's not what I mean. Wave shouted. Stop it. Jet finally yelled, getting them both to stop arguing. Sorry, boss. Storm apologized. Jet groaned as he began to pace back and forth. 1 minute, we're just flying and minding our own business, planning our next big heist. Then the next, we fly right into that giant ball of light and then get zapped to who knows where. I'd bet my extreme gear that this is all Eggman's fault. I wouldn't be surprised myself if that was the case. Wave agreed. That idiot's always trying to mess around with stuff he doesn't understand, only to end up nearly destroying the whole world in the process. Oh. Can I punch Eggman if he is behind this? Storm waved his hand. Before anyone could respond, the whole ship rocked, which caused all three of them to fall to the ground. The heck was that? Jet questioned. A wrist-like device on Wave suddenly lit up, alerting her and causing her to gasp as she saw what the alert was for. The autopilot's been turned off. We have an intruder. The Babylon rogue sprinted to the bridge of the airship, opening the door to something that caused all three to gasp. It was a certain black-haired and red-eyed woman, who stood in front of a busted-up console and had one hand on the steering wheel at the helm of the bridge. Hello there. Raven greeted with a grin. You three stole something from me, I'd very much like it back. Who the hell are you? And how did you get on our ship? Jet demanded. Trade secret. Raven kept up her grin. Storm laughed. Oh, you're an even bigger idiot than I am. Nobody busts into the Babylon rogue's ship without getting a taste of my knuckle sandwich. He looked ready to charge in. Storm, no. Wave stopped him. She's got the wheel. Worst case, you could smash the controls and send our whole ship crashing to the ground. Crash to the ground. That sounds like a great idea. Raven sneered as she pushed down on the wheel, causing the ship to veer on the starboard side, nearly tripping up the Babylon rogues before Raven straightened it out. "Are you crazy?" Jet exclaimed. "You'll crash and burn too." "No, she won't," Waves said seriously. "If she somehow snuck on the ship without anybody noticing, and made the effort to announce herself to us, then she's probably got her own way off this ship." "You must be the smart one," Raven granted. Jet grunted before realizing the point Wave made, which caused him to reach his own conclusion. "That ship we took apart was yours, I'm guessing. But if you really snuck on our ship this quickly, you could have taken your parts back easily. Heck, you could have already sent our ship on a crash course to the ground by now and left with your parts, but, you want something else, don't you?" "Ah, so there is only one idiot in your crew," Raven commented, looking to Storm, who growled hard and looked ready to punch her. "Since we're on the same page now, I do have a question to ask you. You mentioned Eggman, would that mean that you also happen to know a certain enemy of his? A blue hedgehog?" Now that caught Jet's attention. "How do you know Sonic?" A smile crossed Raven's face. "These overgrown birds know Sonic, the so-called golden hero. Perhaps they may be of use to her, a way in which she can find out if he's really worth the hype he's been selling and not another bringer of false hope like Ozpin. You call yourselves the Babylon Rogues, right?" She let go of the steering wheel, allowing for Jet to quickly grab it as Wave moved to repair the autopilot. Storm stepped close and looked ready to punch her at a moment's notice. "You can call me Raven. Let's talk, shall we?" Meanwhile, somewhere else in Mistral, sat a small farm, one that would grow produce to be sold to many surrounding villages. It was a small piece of land, comprised only of a house, a small barn, and a field in which to grow these vegetables. And it was currently home to only 2 people. One of these people was a young boy who currently sat in his room in the house that he shared with his aunt. This boy had slightly tanned skin, hazel-colored eyes, freckles on his cheeks, and messy black hair with a slight green undertone. The clothing he wore consisted of a messy white shirt with laces across the chest and olive pants with orange straps to hold up his pants that also had patches on the knee. Currently, he sat on his bed, reading a book when he heard a knock on the door. "Oscar," a woman called out from the other side. "You done packing yet?" "Still working on it," the boy named Oscar called back and not moving from his spot. "Oscar, I'm respecting your privacy by knocking but also asserting my authority as your aunt and legal guardian by coming in anyway." The door was opened, revealing the woman in question. She was a tall woman in her mid to late 30s with the same skin tone as her nephew with brownish black hair which was kept back by a black hairband and light hazel eyes. Her attire was a simple light blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up and tucked into blue jeans with black boots. "You haven't even started packing?" the woman questioned. "I don't want to leave," Oscar protested to his aunt, standing up to his bed. "This is our family's home. You and Dad grew up here. You lived here with Mom. I can't just up and leave, Aunt M." Amelia, Oscar's aunt, gave a sympathetic sigh as she kneeled to her nephew's level and put her hands on his shoulders. "I know. I don't want to leave either. But, you've seen what's been happening outside. The Grimm are getting worse and all pro huntsmen have been called back to the main city. There's literally nobody to protect us anymore. I got my shotgun, but I'm not huntress material." Oscar looked away, knowing his aunt was right about all of that, and it frustrated him to think of it all. Their family didn't have any problems with the Grimm, except the night his parents died when he was 6. And even when things looked uneasy, there was always at least one huntsman in the neighboring villages to help take care of things. But now, it felt like they were being abandoned. And he felt like he was doing the same to his parents by leaving the house they all lived in together. But there was still one thought that gave him hope. "But the golden hero could be a myth, for all we know," Amelia replied. "Or just some special effects. But all the news is going on about how Vale doesn't have any Grimm anymore," Oscar stated. "That's the reason we're going to Vale in the first place, right? So maybe he is real, and he's going to get rid of all the Grimm in the world. We don't know for sure, and I'm not going to bet your safety on something that I don't know." "I'm sorry, Oscar, but we are leaving," Amelia said with sympathy and finality mixed in her voice, leaving no room for argument. However, he soon felt his gaze being drawn towards the partially open door that led into his bathroom. For some reason that even he didn't know, Oscar walked away from his aunt, much to her confusion, and opened the door all the way to his bathroom, looking directly into the mirror that nailed to the wall. Oscar. Amelia stood up, wondering what's gotten into her nephew. He couldn't quite explain it, but as Oscar looked at his own reflection, he felt like he was looking at the face of someone else. Like someone had just entered into his home, someone who felt both familiar and foreign. Hello. Hello. I am Professor Ozpin, a voice rang in his head, causing Oscar to yell in surprise as he stumbled backwards onto the ground. Oscar. Amelia was immediately at his side as she helped him up. Are you okay? What's wrong? Aunt M, there's somebody here. He looked around frantically. Somebody here. I didn't hear anything breaking, no one's broken in, Amelia tried. No. I heard a voice in my head. He clenched his head. I don't. Oscar, look at me. Amelia grabbed him by the shoulders and held him firm. There is nobody here. It's just you and me. Look to the mirror. The voice in his head said again, causing his panic to rise once more. There it is again. Oscar. Get a grip. Amelia tried to calm her nephew down. Look to the mirror. She'll see. The voice repeated. Seeing no other options, Oscar turned his head to his right, in the direction of his bathroom mirror, and saw something that made his face go pale. Amelia then turned her face as well, looking in the same direction as her nephew, which resulted in the same kind of expression forming on her own face. They both saw Amelia Pine's reflection just fine. But, Oscar's reflection, it was still there, but it was also partially covered by the transparent form of another man. A man who turned his own gaze through the mirror to the frightened nephew and aunt and gazed at them with sympathy and understanding. Hello. He spoke through the mirror so that both of them could hear. My name is Professor Ozpin, headmaster of Beacon Academy. We should talk. A pair of high-pitched screams echoed throughout the entire farm, scaring away all the birds from a nearby tree in the process. Haven Academy. Professor Lionheart gave a sigh as he looked out the window of his main office. He had given the assignment of his staffed huntsmen to begin a routine patrol over the city of Mistral and to have any available students join them. This left the city more or less empty, just as he had hoped. He wouldn't want anyone being in danger by catching a glimpse of his arriving companions, whom he had only recently received a message on his scroll of their impending arrival. A knock on the door was heard, leading him to answer it and to greet the three outside. Gentlemen. He gave a reluctant nod. Professor. Hazel nodded back. Thank you for clearing out the campus. Tyrion snickered. It made our arrival so much smoother. He cackled once again. But as unnerved as he was regarding the presence of two of Salem's associates in his room, he found his own gaze being drawn to the silent yet deadly machine that was known as Metal Sonic, who gazed at him with his own red optics. Leonardo Lionheart has faced against countless creatures of grim in the past, as well as dangerous killers and madmen, but for some reason, this machine terrified him more than anything he's ever faced before. Sensing the professor's growing and understandable fear of the one machine army that was Metal Sonic, Hazel stepped up to speak professional. Let's talk, Professor. Time for a new game. Lionheart had cups of tea handed out to his guests in his office, Tyrion and Hazel. Thank you. Hazel nodded as he took his cup and sat down on a nearby chair, while Tyrion took a crouching position on another with his teacup. Once the tea was handed out, Lionheart happened to gaze at Metal Sonic, who stared at him, which caused the headmaster of Haven Academy to shudder. Pardon me, but why again is one of Dr. Robotnik's machines here? Lionheart asked. Metal Sonic was tasked to assist us in searching Mistral for any Chaos Emeralds. Hazel answered. He can't speak and won't contribute to our discussion, but he will also act as a means for communication with our partner. Speaking of, Tyrion had taken out a small bag and opened it up, revealing a small seer grim, which slowly rose up to hover in the office, which only caused Lionheart's face to turn slightly pale. Is everyone accounted for? Salem's voice spoke out via the seer, drawing everyone's attention. Almost, ma'am, Hazel said. As if on cue, Metal Sonic stepped forward slightly as a small port in his head opened, allowing him to project 3 life-size holograms of their associates, who were each currently in their respective locations. Dr. Eggman, Arthur Watts, and Adam Taurus. The young red-haired Faunus had yet another grim mask on his face, to replace the one that was lost during the battle at Beacon, But his biggest standout was that he was now equipped with a sleek black metal robotic arm to replace the natural right arm he had also lost in that same battle. Well, the gang's all here. Eggman snickered. And who gave the boy permission to be here? Tyrion questioned, referring to Adam. Care to repeat that? Adam growled. I would have to agree. Watts spoke up. You promised to turn Beacon to ash before, only to fail so miserably. You even lost your arm in that battle. And if we were in the same room, you would lose more than that just for that little comment. Adam glared. We've already suffered because of one egotistical child with a temper, we do not need another. Watts repeated. Absolutely. Tyrion agreed. You failed our queen, Taurus. And it is your queen, who has allowed him to attend this meeting. Salem spoke, much to her subordinate's surprise, causing Adam to smirk. Despite his failure at Beacon, young Adam has intelligence and resources that would indeed benefit us. And in our current situation, I'll take what I can get, but young Adam, she got his attention. While I do believe in second chances and redemption, I'm also willing to cut off any dead weight if it proves to be necessary. For your sake, you'd best hope not to qualify as such. Adam's smirk faded as his holographic form clenched its fists. I understand, he said reluctantly. All right, so if that's everything, Eggman began. Not quite. Lionheart meekly raised his hand, causing everyone to turn their attention to him, which only made him all the more nervous. We're still waiting on one more. Right as he said that, the door to his office opened as another individual stepped in. It was a tall, dark-skinned man wearing a red leather jacket, dark red pants with armored knee pads and boots, and a black undershirt. But what stood out the most was the black and red furred boar mask he wore over his face. Sorry I'm late. A man with a deep and hoarse accent spoke out. Vermilion. Hazel stood up from his spot, with Watts gasping in shock. Radok. Even Tyrion was surprised. And who are you supposed to be? Eggman questioned as Adam looked more curious than anything. He is one of my subordinates. Salem introduced. Vermilion Radok. I had sent him to Mistral a few years ago with the intent on claiming powerful relics and weapons for our cause. But he hadn't been seen since. Watts was still not over his surprise. Truth be told, I thought he was dead. You can't kill someone like me so easily. Vermilion said. I had to lay lower after that whole mess in Kuchinashi. And how come I didn't hear about him till now? Eggman questioned Salem directly. Because he had failed to report in after the aforementioned incident. The Grim Queen responded. Much like Watts, I feared he would be deceased. Though I am glad to see that those reports were greatly exaggerated. It is good to see you back, Vermilion. The boar-masked man bowed before the seer Grim. Good to be back, my queen. Vermilion reached out to me recently, just after what had happened in Beacon, Lionheart revealed. He told me to inform him when you would contact me of our next move, and, well, here we are. Thank you for keeping me in the loop, Leo. Now, to business. Salem began. I can see Hazel, Tyrion, and Metal Sonic are now present in Mistral. Where are the rest of you, currently? I've just arrived in Atlas. Watts revealed. Currently, I'm holding myself up in an abandoned SDC warehouse. I'm planning on meeting up with Jacques to see what he can provide for us with gathering intelligence. And Merlot's mutagen? Salem inquired. Present as well. Watts reached into his coat to pull out a vial of the chemical substance that the late Dr. Merlot had created. Once I have the right sources provided by the SDC, I believe I may be able to reproduce more rather quickly. Atlas, Grim are notably stronger than those in the rest of Remnant, as many of you are aware. With this concoction in the mix, I'd wager they'd grow to be near unstoppable. Very good. Salem granted. Dr. Robotnik just showed up in Vacuo. The whole place is a mess. Eggman commented in annoyance. Honestly, I'm surprised it's lasted as long as it has. Finding anything, much less the Chaos Emeralds, is gonna take no less than a geographical overhaul. And perhaps if you spent less time complaining and more time acting, you would have the results you so desperately crave. Watts criticized, earning a growl from Eggman. Perhaps you can take your own advice, and not constantly belittle and criticize our allies if only to prove your own supposed superiority. Hazel commented. Watts scoffed. And here I thought you were one of the few people who had some common sense, Hazel. Enough. Salem spoke loudly, ceasing any bickering. After a deep sigh, the Grim Queen addressed the headmaster of Haven. Professor Lionheart, have you anything to report? Yes, actually. Lionheart cleared his throat before responding. Just recently, Sonic arrived at Haven, alongside his companions, as well as Kiro Bronwyn and a few students from Beacon. That got everyone else's attention, with Eggman looking the most interested. By any chance, was there a girl named Ruby Rose with him? Why yes, Lionheart confirmed, though he did catch the sinister cackle coming from Tyrion, which gave him a very disturbing feeling. He's also reported to me the status of his other comrades, who are currently scattered across Remnant, in an effort to locate the Chaos Emeralds, recruit allies, including the Maidens. His doppelganger, Shadow, along with his team and a group of students are currently in Vacuo. The Schneeris and one other have returned to Atlas, and Belladonna has reportedly gone to Menagerie alone. Is that so? Adam wondered. Something on your mind, Taurus? Salem wondered. I actually just lost contact with 2 of my spies in Menagerie. Adam revealed. That can't be a coincidence. It would seem Sonic and his allies have a head start on us already. Hazel said. Where is he now? He asked Lionheart. That's actually another topic I wanted to bring up. The headmaster of Haven replied. Just after the Battle of Beacon, there was an anomaly here in Mistral. What sort of anomaly? Salem inquired. 2 bright flashes of light, and the appearance of an unknown temple, as well as a village that may or may not be inhabited by people from Sonic's world. Lionheart said. That caught Eggman's interest. Are you sure about that last part? I don't know, yet. Lionheart replied. I sent Huntsman Shien Zayden, and Team SAFR, at the mention of the latter team, Vermilion's fists clenched hard. To those locations, Sonic and his present friends went to investigate as well, and I should hear back from them soon to confirm anything. And you said this was a result of a bright flash of light. Around the same time Beacon was attacked. Eggman questioned. Yes, Lionheart confirmed. Chaos control. Eggman identified, much to the group's surprise. Dr. Salem inquired. Sonic used chaos control to remove all the Grim from Vale, Eggman began. But in doing so, he might have accidentally pulled over locations from his world to Remnant. How is such a thing even possible? Watts questioned. I told you, the power of the Chaos Emeralds is unpredictable. Eggman reminded. Think like how you break the sound barrier, you create a sonic boom. Sonic's unorthodox manipulation of time and space must have created a similar ripple that brought those places over here. And Mistral might not be the only location affected. The rest of Remnant could have areas, maybe even denizens from my world here now. Is that going to be a problem? Hazel asked. No idea. Eggman shrugged, much to Watts' absurd shock. A problem could just be a misunderstood opportunity. Salem said, sounding introduced. Professor, when your informants tell you of what they have found, I expect to be kept appraised. And leave out no details. Why yes, of course, Lionheart shakily bowed his head. As for the rest of you, keep an eye out for anything similar and let me know what you find. Perhaps we can find some way to use this to our advantage. Salem instructed. As you wish. Watts nodded. I can't speak on whether or not anything like that might have popped up in Menagerie, but if Sonic's allies are there, Adam spoke up, with his brief stutter caused several people present to look at him questionably, and they've already taken down my spies, I can only guess they're trying to turn the White Fang against us. Actually, Sonic said that one of the reasons he came to Mistral was to recruit Sienna Khan and her sect of the White Fang for that purpose. Lionheart revealed. And given his little, golden god, stunt at Beacon, I wouldn't be surprised if those fanatics would end up following him, as if he were the god of animals or something. Watts commented. This world is only fit for one god. Our goddess of destruction, Tyrion exclaimed. I know a way to cut off that loose end before it becomes a problem. Adam said. Oh, and what would that be? Watts questioned in minor amusement. What exactly can you do since you got your entire branch of the White Fang wiped out? The Vale branch might be destroyed, but I still have a number of spies in Sienna's ranks. I'll tell them to move now and kill her before Sonic and his friends even meet her. I'll even frame him for the incident, turn all of the Faunus against him. Adam revealed. Sienna Khan is no pushover, though. Vermilion said seriously. Do you really think your spies are up to the task? I'll do it myself, if I have to. Adam insisted. How? You're on the other side of the planet. It would take a day at least for you to arrive in Mistral from Vacuo. Watts pointed out. One of my ships can get him there in a couple of hours. Eggman spoke up, surprising many, including Adam himself. I even finished up with my latest dust mech. It's not as big and mighty as the Egg Zeus, but it's a ferocious beast. With that, along with Adam's newest upgrade, he referred to the robotic arm the red-haired Faunus now had. It should be more than enough to finish off that little tigress. A few were looking to Eggman questionably. Was he actually willing to send Adam this way? It even sounded like he was giving him the benefit of the doubt, despite Adam's failure at Beacon. Wouldn't it be more effective if you sent your precious metal Sonic to do the job? Watts questioned. He's at least the only machine in your ranks that can deliver results. Except that I need Metal Sonic to cover these two. Eggman argued, gesturing to Hazel and Tyrion, with the latter looking annoyed and angry at the remark. Sonic is going to be using his speed to comb Mistral for the Chaos Emeralds, plus he's got that little Ruby girl stuck to him like glue. You want the girl. Metal is the only one here that actually match Sonic and give us a chance to take her. The doctor is correct. Salem agreed. My queen. Tyrion looked to protest. As I've said, the Chaos Emeralds are our top priority. Salem reminded. And I need my strongest assets for that. You, my dear Tyrion, are best suited for that task. That caused the sadistic scorpion Faunus to snicker. If it is your wish, my goddess, then I shall obey. Very well, Adam. Consider this, your shot at redemption. Salem offered him. Pull this off, and I will welcome you as one of us. Adam grinned as his holographic form bowed. I may have failed at Beacon, but I will not fail this time. Even if we are able to gather the Chaos Emeralds, we need allies of our own. Hazel spoke up, especially if the rest of Remnant now looks to Sonic as their ray of hope. He said that last part with disgust. On that note, I have a project in the works that can best serve us. Vermilion said, drawing their attention. Despite our failure in Kuchinashi, I've been steadily building my own forces. The Hana Guild is still under my command, and still plenty strong. But I've also brought the Hearth in now that their leader, Abigail Pyre, is dead. I've also seen how Malachite and her organization, Spider, have grown and recruited people from the now disbanded Wave organization, including several pro-huntsmen. That last part is true. Lionheart confirmed. Holding a seat on the Midstralian Council has granted Malachite a great deal of power. The only remaining larger intendant crime syndicate is the Black Sheep, still based in Kuchinashi. Vermilion continued. But with the right people, recruiting or overthrowing their leadership shouldn't be an issue. What exactly are you suggesting? Hazel asked. The combined resources of all these syndicates will build an army large enough to easily dwarf the White Fang. Vermilion revealed, much to the group's surprise. You intend to build an army out of criminals? Eggman questioned. Yes. Vermilion confirmed. That, Lionheart was at a loss for words with that. That couldn't possibly work. Oh. Vermilion looked to him, and while the mask covered his face, the man underneath was glaring at the headmaster. These criminals, they only value money. Lionheart stated. They are loyal only to themselves. Trying to make an organized militia out of that is foolhardy. Vermilion wordlessly stepped forward, towards the desk where the lion Faunus sat behind. And as he did, Lionheart found himself shrinking under the shadow of the large masked man in front of him. I've lived in this lawless kingdom for many years, and I've lived for a reason. I've led a ferocious force of killers during the last days of the Great War, slaughtering Grimm and warriors alike. And I'm still as strong as I ever was, maybe even more. As he exclaimed, Lionheart found himself looking around the room for anyone who could help him, even the seer Grimm. But only Hazel seemed willing to do something as he had stood up, ready to pull Vermilion away if things got out of hand. The rest just seemed more intrigued and amused by Vermilion's rant. But you're not wrong, Lionheart. Vermilion backed away, much to Lionheart's relief. These people are greedy, but greed makes them easy to manipulate. Just promise them all the wealth and power they could ask for, and they will do anything you ask. And those that don't? Hazel asked. Vermilion cracked his knuckles. If greed won't motivate them, then fear will. Eggman's hologram shrugged. It's how we got Torchwick and the Veil's White Fang on our side. Offer them what they want, and they are putty in our hands. An ambitious offer, Vermilion. But can it be done? Salem asked. It can. The boar-masked man confirmed. Then see to it. Salem granted. With Salem's permission granted, Lionheart couldn't help but shake in fear. What they were suggesting was trying to build an army out of Mistral's entire criminal underworld. If they were right and they were able to pull it off, they could build a force that could overthrow the whole kingdom. Even several professional huntsmen would be more than willing to join them. That actually gives me an idea. Watts spoke up. Atlas has its fair share of corruption, not just in the SDC, and many of whom are not fans of Ironwood. While it may not be as big or flashy as what Vermilion is planning to do in Mistral, perhaps I can find a way to utilize them to undermine Ironwood and Sonic's efforts to find the Chaos Emeralds in Atlas. If you are able to do so, Arthur, then feel free. Salem aloud. And Evo. She got Eggman's attention. I understand just how powerful and mighty your own forces are, certainly. But please do try to recruit any allies you can while you are in Vacuo. It wouldn't hurt to have people who know of the region on your side. Eggman scoffed. Fine. Is there anything else you would wish to share with us, Leonardo? Salem inquired. Yes, one other thing. The headmaster of Haven spoke up. As I've said, Sonic is planning on gathering allies to his cause. In addition to the White Fang here in Mistral, he is also looking for Raven Bronwyn. At the mention of that name, Adam's fists clenched tightly, with even Vermilion looking intrigued. Tyrion chuckled. Ozpin's bird who long flew the nest. Except, Ozpin isn't here right now. Salem countered, causing Tyrion to stop laughing. Sonic is. And with what he pulled off at Beacon, virtually anyone can side with him. No. Watch your backs while in Mistral. If that's your wish. Hazel nodded as Tyrion bowed his head in compliance. I do have one question though, Mistress, Lionheart spoke to Salem directly. Is it really necessary to involve Ruby Rose in this? Are you questioning the wisdom of our goddess? Tyrion hissed. I know that those with silver eyes have been a thorn in our queen's side for generations, Lionheart stuttered. But she is only a child, not a fierce warrior. I just feel that, maybe your resources would best not be wasted with her. If you believe I intend to kill the girl Leonardo, be at ease. For that is not my intent. Salem revealed to Lionheart's surprise. I need the girl alive, and yes, she is rather important to my plans, necessary even. I understand the deal that you made with me, you help me, and I spare all the students at your academy. And I have every intention of honoring that deal. But Ruby Rose is not your student. I need her. Is that clear? Lionheart looked away with mixed expressions. When he first became headmaster of Haven, he was originally honored. To teach the next generation to become defenders of this world, to protect their loved ones from the Grim, he was so proud to be a part of that. But, once he learned the truth, and saw what Ozpin really was, he saw the academies, including his own, for what they really were. Traps. These children were being brainwashed, turned into sacrificial pawns to be thrown away and discarded in a war that Ozpin had no intention of winning. It made him sick. He was originally planning on resigning from his position in protest, but Ozpin would just fill the void with someone else and nothing would change. As much as he hated siding with Salem, and how much he feared her, at least in her new world, there would be no more need for huntsman academies, no more children being brainwashed and sent to their deaths, no more families destroyed, no more grieving parents, but he also knew that he couldn't change Salem's mind when she sets her sights on a target, and it seemed Ruby Rose was such a target. That was also the reason he hadn't told her about Pyrenikos being the Fall Maiden. She too was only a student, a child, and deserved a better fate than being on Salem's radar. Crystal clear. Lionheart said with reluctance. Hazel looked towards Lionheart with an expression of sympathy and understanding. Excellent. And this seer will remain on campus, so you can inform me of any developments that take place in the main city. Salem said to Lionheart. The rest of you have your assignments. Go. With that, Tyrion and Hazel stood up as they, Vermilion, Adam, and Watts all bowed before the latter two's holographic forms cut off. Eggman gave a nonchalant finger salute as his hologram vanished. With the meeting concluded, Metal Sonic, Vermilion, and Tyrion turned to leave the office. Hazel remained behind, if only to give a nod to Lionheart, to which Lionheart nodded back before Hazel left. Lionheart then looked to the seer grim to see it disappear into the shadows, leaving the professor alone as he sat at his desk quietly. After a few seconds of silence, the lion faunus opened a drawer and reached inside to pull out something that made his heart sink every time he looked at it. It was a human woman, holding a young lion faunus child in her arms. The second he laid eyes on it, his body shook as tears fell from his face and onto the picture. "Forgive me." Salem sat alone on her obsidian throne, the red chaos emerald in hand, gazing at the jewel with a sinister grin. She chose not to tell Eggman of her latest discovery, because she was more curious than anything else. For all his genius, her partner had the demeanor of a child crying out for attention. If she had told him of the Chaos Emerald in her midst, he likely would have demanded that she'd hand it over to him, and she needed time with it to see how its powers could affect and strengthen her own. And even if she couldn't directly, she knew that Ruby Rose had the ability to harness the emerald's power, and she could find a way to use their power through the girl once she gets her hands on her. Perhaps she may tell the doctor later, saying she only recently found it, and hand it over to him once she fully unlocks its secrets. But for now, this emerald does not leave her hand and nobody but herself will know of it. Our little secret. Salem spoke to the red gemstone directly. Now then, what exactly can you do? Meanwhile, Adam had made his way to the hangar on board Eggman's ship, where he spotted a vessel prepared specifically for him. It was a large white and black transport with dual engines in the back and the Eggman Empire logo plastered on its face. Orbot and Cubot were present as well, making sure that everything was ready as the former scanned the ship with a scroll-like device. Transformation simulation appears to run at 100%, everything is ready. Oh, I wish I could see this bad kitty in action. Cubot said. Too bad, now out of my way. Adam said as he hopped into the cockpit. The coordinates you provided for the White Fang base in Mistral have been uploaded into the ship's autopilot. Orbot informed Adam. Estimated time of arrival will be 4 hours. Fine with me. Adam. Turning toward the hangar entrance, the extremist saw Ilya rapidly approaching him. Where are you going? To cut off a loose end that we can't afford. Adam replied. I can come with you. I can help you, Ilya offered. No, I've got a special assignment for you. Adam told her. I want you to return to Menagerie. Blake's come home, and I just lost contact with Corsac and Fennec. That caused Ilya to look in surprise. I want you to find out what's going on over there. Do not be seen and do not engage unless you hear from me. Recon and report. Is that clear? Why yes. Ilya nodded as she looked away with concern. Blake's gone home. Why? Why go back to that one place where humanity just dumped them and told them to be happy with it? A constant symbol of human oppression and the whole thing they used to fight against together. With that, the cockpit to Adam's vessel closed just as the hangar door opened, revealing the bright sun outside. The ship's autopilot activated, causing the ship to ascend slightly before taking off, leaving the much larger vessel and sailing over the desert landscape of the Vacuo region. Eggman sat in his command chair from the bridge of his ship as he saw through the window Adam's vessel leaving. Truth be told, he only half expected Adam to succeed. If Sonic was in Mistral, the odds of Adam running into him were pretty high, while the odds of Adam actually beating Sonic were almost zero. Honestly, that boy had just as much ego as Cinder did, but at least he was willing to use his tech and not be overly confident based on borrowed power. Still though, if Adam proved to be useful, Eggman will keep him around. And if not, then he'll kick him to the curb. But he'll worry about that later. Right now, he had his own job to do. The mad scientist gazed out the window to the vast desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. But despite its unappealing appearance, Eggman had a good feeling that there were many juicy and powerful secrets buried underneath the sands. He knew personally that one shouldn't judge a book by its appearance, having seen plenty of powerful weapons under the guise of old ruins. In fact, he even had one quipped to his belt. Ozpin's cane had enough kinetic energy stored inside it that if it were all unleashed at once, it could obliterate an entire city. Sure, he had plenty of weapons that can do the same thing, but the fact that such a small tool could hold that kind of power is rather impressive, and something he can definitely make use of. And whatever secrets Vacuo held, he will make them his own and use it to seize Remnant by the throat. He may have failed in Vale, but he will not fail this time. Alright Vacuo, show me what you got. Oh ho 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 ho. Eggman laughed. Atlas Academy. Silver and Blaze stood together in the training room of the academy on one side, facing the Ace Ops on the other. The training chamber was far more advanced than anything seen on Remnant before. Despite its simplicity design of only being a single square chamber, it was lined with a light blue grid-like pattern that extended the walls, floors, and ceiling. All except a single wall of glass near the top of the chamber, leading to an observation room where Ironwood and Winter both stood with curious expressions. "Are you two ready?" Clover asked the duo as he and his team had their weapons and abilities at the ready. In response, Silver hovered in the air as his psychic powers activated, a cyan aura covering his body, while Blaze drew a rapier and slid her finger down the blade, which then caused it to light on fire. "Ready," Blaze affirmed. "Begin," Ironwood's voice announced. And as he did, the grid lines of the room glowed before several blocks and columns grew from the walls, floors, and ceiling, creating a series of pedestals and obstacles for both parties before the Ace Ops made their first move. Harriet sped around them all, weaving her way to Blaze and Silver and pulled back a fist to deliver a punch as the two spread apart to get some distance. Once they were separated, Silver felt his right leg being hooked by Clover's Kingfisher as the leader of the Ace Ops stood atop a column and hauled Silver up, but the gray-furred hedgehog used his psychic powers to blast away the hook and hover in the air before telekinetically grabbing the column that Clover stood atop of and ripping it from the floor, though the veteran huntsman was able to leap away to safety. This, however, seemed to distract Silver as he was grabbed by a pair of aura hands, courtesy of Vine, before he pulled him closer to the ground where Elm was waiting to slam timber in its hammer form at him, but Silver crossed his arms to coat himself in a protective psychic aura and shield himself from the impact before blasting a psychic wave to send Elm crashing through a pair of walls before landing hard on the other side of the chamber. Blaze, who appeared to be racing alongside Harriet, trails of fire and electricity tangled amongst each other as Harriet threw a series of rapid punches to Blaze, who parried them all with chops from her free hand before thrusting her flaming rapier at the speedy Huntress, who limboed underneath the lunge just as the pair looked like they were about to crash into a wall. But Harriet veered around the wall as Blaze jumped and used some flames from her feet to propel herself upward and was about to land on the wall when she marrow out of the corner of her eye. Acting quickly, Blaze swung her flaming rapier just as Marrow snapped his fingers at her. "Stay." Using his semblance, Marrow was able to freeze Blaze in place, but this also made him vulnerable for the wave of fire that she sent his way to strike the floor in front of him, creating a small explosion that blew him back. Marrow's semblance lost its effect as Blaze was unfrozen and landed gracefully on the wall. She looked to her side to see Silver struggling in a 3-on-1 match against Elm, Clover, and Vine and decided to help him out, leaping from pedestal to column as Harriet sped after her, weaving across the obstacle course of the training room. Silver had pulled up several floorboards with his psychokinesis to act as shields from the hammer swings, rod strike, and aura hands of his tree opponents, putting him on the defensive. Fortunately, he noticed Blaze appearing just above him with a knowing look on her face, something he recognized. Acting quickly, Silver pulled all the cover he had around himself as an all-encompassing shield, complete with a cyan-colored aura with Clover only just noticing Blaze appearing directly above Silver as she held her rapier straight upward, the flames around the blade glowing brightly. "Clear out," Clover warned, prompting his teammates to leap away just as Blaze thrusted her sword straight down, sending a column of flames onto Silver's Clover. His psychic barrier allowed the flames to wash over it like water over stone and spread out a circular wave of flames to the fleeing Ace Ops. Clover flicked his pendant while also flailing Kingfisher onto a pedestal on the ceiling before hauling himself upward while Vine grabbed Elm with one aura hand and used the other to pull themselves up onto a pedestal and avoid the wave of fire. The flames died down as Silver dropped his cover, with him and Blaze appearing back to back. "I got your back, Silver." "Thanks, and I got yours," Silver said as he used his psychic powers to grab Harriet mid-air just as it looked like she was about to ambush Blaze. He then threw her straight towards the recovering Marrow to take them both down before reaching out to several of the pedestal and columns that the Ace Ops appeared to use as cover and gave a grunt as he pulled his hands down, causing all the pedestals and columns to break apart and collapse, forcing Clover, Elm, and Vine to seek cover. "They certainly have the power," Winter observed. though Silver appears to use it rather bluntly, which does set him apart from the likes of Sonic or Shadow. Blaze, on the other hand, has much finer control over her powers as well as expert hand-to-hand and sword combat. It's clear to see who the superior fighter is. It would seem so. Ironwood agreed. He agreed to this spar because he wanted to see firsthand what Silver and Blaze were capable of, and they both showed such promise, especially Blaze. Silver, on the other hand, while he could tell the hedgehog was a good person, he seemed a bit naive in comparison to Shadow or even Sonic, acting younger even. His naivety did remind him a bit of RWBY back at Beacon, and while that's not a bad thing in of itself, it can cause problems in the future if they're not careful. Back down, the Ace Ops had regrouped just as Silver and Blaze both came together, the two leaping in the air as Blaze thrusted her rapier forward to send a stream of fire to the Ace Ops, forcing them to scatter. However, what happened next caused everyone, including Ironwood and Winter, to look in surprise. Silver used his powers to grab the flames themselves, causing a cyan-colored aura to envelop around them just as Silver controlled and directed the flames to move after Elm, who was so taken by surprise that she was unable to defend herself as the combined attack struck her and sent her crashing through another wall. Silver then redirected the flames to move after Marrow, who was able to recover and point his fingers at the combined attack. Stay. He froze the psychic flames in their place, right as Silver and Blaze both appeared behind him with the latter sweeping her feet to trip him up before Silver grabbed him with his powers and threw him straight up, though Vine was able to catch him. With his grip on their combined attack gone, and neither able to control it any longer, the psychic flames exploded outward, though Silver was able to shield both him and Blaze from the attack. Did they just combine their powers? Winter looked in surprise. It would seem that Silver's ability is not just limited to physical objects or matter, but even energy itself. Ironwood looked in awe. That's incredible. Whoa, even Clover was impressed as he gave a smile, even as Blaze dashed straight for him with her flaming rapier, but as she brought it down to him and he attempted to block it with his Kingfisher, Blaze momentarily caught off guard to see the blade of her weapon melt from all the fire and heat, leaving her open for Clover to kick her in the stomach and flail his line to entangle her just as she landed. Huh, lucky me, Clover said with a friendly smile. Blaze, however, kept up her grin. I wouldn't be too reliant on luck, she said as flames encircled around her whole body to burn away the line of Kingfisher, setting her free before she rushed Clover again, who lunged his pole at her, but Blaze flipped to land her hands on the rod and slide across it before delivering an upside-down axe kick to Clover's head to push him down. He recovered just as she landed behind him as she took a combative stance. You would best rely on your own skill. And if I told you that luck was my skill, Clover said with friendly banter, then I would be most curious to see such a skill in action. Care to show me? Blaze made a gesture for him to come forward as her hands lit on fire, prompting the still smiling Clover to rush her with his weapon. Vine threw his aura arms at Silver, who caught them with his psychic powers, to Vine's surprise before Silver redirected them towards Vine to bend and entangle them around his body, binding him with his own ability, but not before Harriet sped up behind Silver to deliver a spinning kick to the side of his head and knock him across the ground, freeing Vine in the process. Harriet chose to press the advantage as she sped at Silver like a torpedo, only for Silver to raise his hand and catch Harriet right before she reached him. Sorry, but it's no use, the gray-furred hedgehog said before thrusting forward to send Harriet flying, though Vine was able to catch her. Alright, that's enough. Ironwood's voice sounded, signaling for the spar to end. And as soon as the session ended, all the damage done to the training room seemed to repair itself as the damaged blocks and segments retracted and were pulled into the floor and ceiling to begin auto-repair. The Ace Ops recovered as Elm and Marrow helped each other to reach their comrades as Clover handed Blaze his hand to shake. That was good Spar. I look forward to working with you, and seeing you in action, Miss Blaze. He granted. Same to you. Blaze accepted his handshake. But please, just call me Blaze. Man, you guys are awesome. Silver told the Ace Ops. You got some crazy powers and weapons there. That thing you can do with your arms. So cool, he said to Vine specifically. Thank you, your power is quite impressive as well. Vine nodded with a smile. Seriously, you were able to control so many objects, and even the flames of your partner. Marrow looked especially excited as his tail wagged. I can only freeze what I point at, and the most I can do is walk when I'm freezing someone. Man, I wish I had your power. Sure, it's okay, I guess. Harriet criticized. But way too blunt. Ignore her. Elms said to Silver. She's the all work, no fun type. But you got some serious power behind you, little guy, she said as she ruffled his head. Hey, thanks, Silver replied in a somewhat embarrassing tone. Well done, everyone, Ironwood said as he entered the training room with Winter by his side. Blaze, Silver, thank you for agreeing to this spar. I know you already said you would be of assistance to us, but I had to see what you were capable of. We understand, General Ironwood, Blaze assured, and this was quite fun. Though I do have one request. Name it, Ironwood allowed. Blaze held up the stump of her rapier. First, I apologize for the loss of your weapon. That's just one of hundreds of spares that the Academy keeps if a student loses a weapon in combat and a new one is being built. Winter said, no harm done. Well, my request is to have a weapon commissioned for me. One that allows me to harness my fire power without damaging the weapon itself. I have a few ideas that I'd be willing to share, if you would allow it. Blaze requested. Of course, Ironwood allowed. And Silver, do you have any weapon requests? Not really. Silver shrugged. No offense, I think your weapons are cool, but I just don't see myself being a sword type. Not when I can do this, he said as he hovered in the air with his own powers. Then why not a shield? Marrow suggested. Huh, Silver looked to him confused. I get that swords and guns might not be your thing, but I got a weapon. Marrow showed off fetch. And it works well with my own semblance, helping to cover the drawbacks I've said before. Maybe you could make a shield or something that you can call to you with your powers, or even for some extra protection. A shield, huh? Silver thought about it for a moment. That does sound pretty cool, I'll definitely think about it. Blaze couldn't help but smile towards Silver. It seems he's made a new friend in the Ace Ops, and he was willing to learn new things from them too. But just then, she received a message on her own personal scroll and pulled it out to see the message was from Tails. Hey, if you and Silver are ready, we should reach out to Sonic and the others and see how they're doing. The message read. We should go. Blaze said. We need to contact Sonic and everyone and compare notes, formulate a plan. Go, but I expect to be kept in the loop when you're done. Ironwood said. Of course. Blaze nodded as she and Silver left the training room. Mistral. Using his speed, Sonic pulled a wagon through the forested landscape, carrying Ruby, Amy, and Rose, all while heading for the requested meeting spot that Knuckles and Yang. With his speed, they reached their destination in no time at all, Spiral Hill Village. Wow, there really is a town here, Amy said as they came to a stop, and they got off the wagon. Do you guys know this place? Ruby asked. Nope, don't recognize it, Sonic said as they made their way up the pathway that led them into the town itself. They reached the gate at the top of the hill and into the town, where they saw all the anthropomorphic animals, showing that this town was indeed from Sonic's world, as Knuckles had said to them in his last message. Hey, there. Looking up, the group saw the bouncing Tangle literally leaping from rooftop to rooftop before using her tail to swing herself at the gate to meet them. I heard you were coming. You're Sonic the Hedgehog. The Sonic the Hedgehog. She bounced up and down in front of him like a fangirl. Just Sonic, but nice to meet ya. Sonic smiled, offering his hand to shake, which Tangle do with her own tail. Tangle the lemur. Always wanted to meet ya. She greeted. Charmed. And these are my friends, Amy and Ruby Rose. Sonic introduced. Hi. Ruby waved. Hello. Amy greeted. Ah, you two even have the same last name. That's cool. Tangle shook Amy's hand with her own, while simultaneously shaking Ruby's with her tail, much to the girl's surprise and awe, evident by the stars in her eyes. And is that a Wisp? She looked to Rosa in surprise, the Whisper giving a few happy chirps. Ah, so cute. She waved her finger at it. Anyway, welcome to my hometown. Let me give you guys the tour. Totally would love that, but we should. Ruby looked ready to get down to business. Hey, slow down, we got time. Amy assured the girl. There's no crisis going on right now, so we can afford a few extra minutes of peace. Right, Sonic. Totally. Maybe even get some chili dogs if they have any. Sonic winked to Ruby, causing the girl to smile before nodding. Alright, a quick tour. She allowed. Come on, let's go. Tangle then led the group into her village to see some of the sights. Even if it was a relatively small town, it still had some noteworthy places to see and visit. First up, the bakery. It's a must for every breakfast. Tangle showed them a small bakery where a pastry chef was working, and providing some food for Pike, enjoying a nice donut. The salon, Tangle said with her mouth partially full from the croissant that she ate, while Sonic, RWBY, and Amy had a French bread, a donut, and a muffin respectively. I basically keep them in business buying their brushes. I tear through them trying to keep my tail neat. She showed them the building while Phoenix was inside getting his hair done and clearly enjoying himself. Well, someone's bouncy, RWBY noted as Tangle continued to bounce from place to place showing everyone all the sights. Reminds me of another certain girl I know. Amy said with a slight grin, nudging RWBY by the side, causing her to smile a bit too. But seriously, RWBY, I get you want to get some stuff done, but we can afford to take a few minutes to relax, maybe even make some new friends. She gestured towards Tangle as she continued to show the group her hometown. RWBY knew that Amy was right. And ordinarily, she too would be bouncing from every spot in this small town just like Tangle, wanting to see all the sights and explore. But ever since what happened at Beacon, a part of RWBY's spirit just felt lowered, not gone, but not as enthusiastic. But then, she reminded herself of what they recently accomplished at Mystic Ruins, putting an end to Rough and Tumble's misdeeds and freeing all the captive people as well as all those little wisps. That was a good thing, and she really needed that victory more than she'd cared to admit. And almost on cue, Rosa happened to nudge herself into RWBY's face before bouncing in the air up and down, speaking in her cute but understandable language and gesturing to the town, almost like the Wisp herself was telling RWBY the same thing Amy was. See, Rosa gets it, Amy encouraged, causing RWBY to relax a little. Things were peaceful enough that no fight seemed to be around the corner, so maybe she could take some time to relax and explore this beautiful town. Hey, wait up. RWBY caught up and made her way to Tangle. Weird question, but you guys got a weapons shop here? No. But we do have a metallurgy where we make tools. Does that count? Tangle asked. Kinda. Tools can we be weapons? RWBY replied. Lead the way. Alright. Tangle used her tail to swing and attach herself to a lamppost as RWBY ran to match pace with her. So, you got a thing for weapons or something? Do I? RWBY beamed with joy. By the way, how do you do that with your tail? That's so cool. Isn't it? Tangle beamed just as much as the girl. It's been like this since I was born, and you could say it's my weapon with the things it can do. RWBY gasped with excitement at that. Tell me everything, she said happily as she and Rosa continued to follow Tangle. Well, looks like someone's getting in a brighter mood, Amy observed as she hung closer to Sonic, only to notice a look on his face that showed he was deep in thought. Hello. Earth to Sonic. She snapped her fingers in front of him, breaking him out of his trance. Yeah. I'm here. Come on, don't tell me I gotta cheer you up too. Amy said in a questionable manner. I'm fine, Amy, it's just, Sonic sighed somewhat. Knuckles said that his place was being attacked by Grim when he and Yang got here. And this nice little town ended up here because of me. Because I used chaos control, and that got it, and Mystic Ruins zapped here, along with the Wisps. And maybe it's not only Mistral, what if something like this happened in the rest of Remnant? Such a thought began to disturb the blue blur. This brought back uncomfortable memories of when he shattered the Paradox Prism, which almost resulted in the destruction of not only his home world, but other worlds as well. Hey, you had no idea that would happen, Amy said to him. None of this, because something like this never happened before when you go super. In fact, you going super usually fixes things. Too bad it didn't work like that this time around, Sonic replied. But you still saved Beacon, and everyone there, Amy insisted. You wiped out the Grim from half a continent. Whatever's going on, we'll figure it out and we'll fix it like we always do. She took both of his hands into her own. I know you, Sonic. And I know you're not the type to let this get to you. So put on that confident smile and be the hero I know you to be, and I'll be by your side like always. That caused Sonic to smile as he gave a slight sigh of relief. Amy was always a good shoulder to lean on and always someone who had his, and all their friends' back. One of the reasons he liked her. Thanks, and yeah, we'll set things right. Sonic said with a confident smile. There's the Sonic I love. Amy said as she took his hand and led them deeper in the village. Come on, we still got a village to see. After catching up, and seeing more of the sights, the group consisting of Sonic, RWBY, Amy, and Rosa were led by Tangle to a certain building which was being guarded by Arista and Asher. And this is the Mineral Museum, run by my bestest friend. Tangle showed them all. And now it's got extra security. Sup? Asher waved. Nice to meet you all. The name's Arastra, leader of Team SAFR. The blue-haired Faunus girl said friendly. Hey, I'm Ruby Rose, and I'm also a leader. I lead Team RWBY. RWBY greeted back. Really? You named a team after yourself? Asher said dryly, causing RWBY to look away somewhat. No, Ozpin named it. She was taken by surprise when Arastra put her arm around the younger girl in a friendly manner. Don't mind him, that was his attempt at a joke, we're still working on his sense of humor. The older leader assured. And hey, I just realized something. What? RWBY looked at her curiously. RWBY and SAFR. Red and blue. Heck, that's even our own color scheme too. Pretty neat, huh? Arastra said. That caused RWBY to smile as she got it. Yeah, I get it. That is pretty cool. And we got plenty of actual rubies and sapphires right inside. Come on. Tangle kicked the door open, startling the curator inside as she spilled all the papers in her hand, as well as catching the attention of the blonde girl and red echidna who were also inside. Hey, Jewel, we got company. The minute she saw her sister, RWBY immediately sped to her with a hug. Yang. With a sigh of relief, Yang returned the hug to her sister. Yeah, I missed you too. Knuckles looked to the reunion with a smile and a nod before meeting with Sonic and Amy to share a fist bump with the former. Only to look in surprise when he saw Rosa next to RWBY. Is that a Wisp? He questioned. Yeah, long story. We'll explain in a bit. Sonic said. Alright, everyone, this is Jewel. She's the curator. Tangle introduced the beetle to her newfound friends. Charmed, Tangle said to the group as RWBY broke off from her hug with Yang to meet the curator too. Jewel, the legendary Sonic the Hedgehog. His friend, Amy Rose, and my new friend Ruby Rose. Nice to meet you. Amy shook Jewel's hand. We grew up together. Tangle said, referring to herself and Jewel. Only because I was looking out for you. Jewel said to her childhood friend. You're the antithesis of look before you leap. True. Tangle made no effort to deny it. Sounds familiar. Yang nudged RWBY. Yeah, me always saving you when you get into trouble. The younger sister cracked, causing Yang to gasp with a grin before playfully pushing her sister, earning a chuckle from the group. We amassed quite a collection over the years. Jewel showed off the interior of her museum to the group, showing various gemstones, minerals, crystals, and other such objects. Tangle, looking for adventure, and me, making sure she came back alive. Eventually, I put together this museum. It's beautiful. RWBY and Amy both said. And I'm grateful it's still in one piece, especially after those vile grim beasts showed up. Jewel said. But I guess we were lucky that help arrived when it did. Yeah, sounds like we gotta compare notes a bit. Sonic said, looking to Knuckles, who nodded in understanding. That's when the echidna noticed Yang looking in his direction as she silently gestured to RWBY, silently asking him if it was okay for her talk with him, to which Knuckles nodded again. Quick question. Yang spoke up. Is there a place where I can talk with my sister privately? I just have a few things I need to say. This caused RWBY to look with confusion and worry, before she looked to Sonic, who smiled and gestured for her to go with Yang, getting the feeling that RWBY wanted to say some things too. Of course. Jewel nodded. My office. On the second floor, first door to the right. Thank you. Yang replied. RWBY. Yeah. Lead the way. The younger girl followed her older sister up the stairs and into Jewel's office. Rosa looked like she was about to follow them, but RWBY held out her hand. Sorry Rosa, but I just need to talk to my sister alone. Is that alright with you? Rosa looked down for a minute before perking back up and nodding, speaking in her usual cute dialect, causing RWBY to smile gratefully before entering the office. Closing the door behind her, Yang asked the first question. How are you holding up, Rubes? I'm hanging in there, RWBY answered. What about you? Same, Yang replied. There was a brief awkward silence between the two sisters as they looked away for a moment before Yang spoke again. Listen, about what happened, before we left Haven, I'm sorry that you had to hear what happened with me and Kiro. That got way out of control. The mention of that argument caused RWBY to look away, vividly recalling how Yang not only beat the tar out of her uncle but even said that she didn't want to see him again. But, I meant what I said to Kiro, about not wanting to see him again. RWBY winced at that. But, I know what he did with Kiro was wrong but. It's not just that, Yang said. He hasn't even apologized for it. He might have said how things could have maybe been handled better, but he seemed so willing to put Team JNPR through the same thing that he and his team went through. You'd think after losing Summer, he would have understood the pain of losing a teammate. But he just didn't seem to care. The mention of her birth mother again caused RWBY to fidget. Maybe he didn't, not when he had you. Yang muttered. What's that supposed to mean? RWBY questioned. RWBY, please don't. Don't be offended by this. Yang struggled to find the right way to say this, in a way that she felt wouldn't hurt RWBY, but she was unable to formulate the best response for that. So, she decided to be blunt, if only to get it out there. It always felt like you were Kiro's favorite, growing up. That he loved you more because you were Summer's daughter and he hated me because I was Raven's, or at least loved me the least. It made sense to think that since he spent more time with you than me. But honestly, it feels like that Kiro only ever saw us as replacements for our mothers. That I'm just a do-over with his sister, and you're supposed to be the next Summer. The fact that he trained you personally, and even supported Ozpin bringing you to Beacon early. But I've wanted to be a huntress like Mom. RWBY protested. I've always wanted to help people. I've always wanted to go to Beacon. But you didn't ask to go early. Yang reminded, which caused RWBY's eyes to widen, realizing that was indeed the case. She didn't ask Ozpin to attend Beacon early and just thought that he would put her on the waiting list for when she was older or something. And I know that you didn't ask to be the leader of our team either, not that I don't think you weren't good at it. I think you did a great job at Beacon. But I also know that Summer went to Beacon and was the leader of her team. And maybe that was Ozpin and Kiro's plan from the beginning. If it were just Ozpin it would be one thing, but Kiro. Our own family. Trying to mold you into another Summer. Yang clenched her fists tightly. And as if that wasn't bad enough, he's been treating all our friends like garbage. Sonic, Knuckles, everyone, you know how badly he's treated them, even after everything they did for us. Sonic saved you in Beacon, and made all of Vale Grim free. And he has the nerve to say that Eggman coming here is Sonic's fault. You can't tell me that you're not mad at him for that. Of course I'm mad at him. RWBY exclaimed. I can't stand the way he's treating our friends. Then why are you so eager to patch things up with him? Yang questioned. Why even bother giving him another chance even though he hasn't freaking apologized? RWBY looked down at that, not having an answer right away. I just don't want our family falling apart. She sniffled, causing Yang's expression to soften. We lost Mom, I don't want to lose anyone else. Yang sighed before putting a hand on RWBY's shoulder, getting her attention. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm dumping all my problems on you. But, I just can't keep all this inside me anymore. Losing Summer hurt me just as much as it did you. And, it's always made me scared that I might lose you too. And with all the stuff that Kiro and Ozpin have been doing, the war against Salem, what's happened to people with silver eyes, I'm just scared that they're going to take you away from me. Even if you don't die, they might not let you stay with me. They'd do what they'd tried to do with Kira and the maidens. She was almost brought to tears over that. The idea of losing her sister like she lost her birth mother and stepmother broke her heart. The youngest half-sister looked to her elder in surprise and sympathy. Did Yang really feel that way? Did she really feel that Kiro would try to separate them? To take her away from her sister? A part of her wanted to believe that wasn't true, that Kiro wouldn't think about doing that. But ever since they left Patch, and Yang's fight with Kiro, there's been a seed of doubt in her about Kiro's intentions and that he really wasn't the beloved uncle she thought he was. Yang, RWBY put her hand on her sister's, getting her attention as Yang looked to her with tears in her eyes and saw a comforting smile on RWBY's face. I'm not going anywhere. No matter what anyone else tries, even if it's Kiro, I'm not going to leave you. Really? Yang asked shakily. Really? RWBY assured. You were the one who raised me. And I know that must have been hard for you. But because of that, the one thing I know for sure, is that you are here for me. And I'm here for you. I will never leave you, Yang. I promise. I love you. That was all Yang needed to hear. She smiled emotionally as she pulled her sister into a hug, who hugged her back. I love you too. But I need you to promise me something. RWBY said as they pulled apart. If Kiro comes back, and he wants to make things right, would you be willing to give him another chance? Yang's smile faded as she looked away somewhat, taking a moment to think before she answered. He'd have a lot to make up for. For starters, he's gotta apologize to Pyrrha, to John, to Sonic, hell to all of our friends. He was an ass and he's gotta own up to that. Absolutely. RWBY agreed. And if he does, then, I might be willing to hear him out. Yang muttered, causing RWBY to smile. But, Yang spoke again. What if he doesn't? What if he still tries to act like none of that ever happened? That he was in the right to do what he did. And he still tries to take you away. What would you do? I need to know. Now it was RWBY's smile that vanished as she let that sink in. Again, she hoped that wasn't the case, but her sister deserved an honest answer. If that happens, then I'll stand against him, she said, surprising Yang. I'm hoping he comes around, but if he doesn't, then I promise I'll stick with you and Sonic. Okay. Yang nodded. I'm sorry. Don't be. RWBY put on another smile. You've always looked after me, maybe it's time for me to return to the favor. Yang smiled again, feeling like a weight had been lifted off her chest. She now knew without a shred of doubt that RWBY would never leave her, even if someone tried to take her. Thanks for hearing me out, sis. Anytime. RWBY assured. We should talk with the others though. Right. Yang said as she was the first to leave the office. For the brief moment while she was alone, RWBY's smile disappeared as she took a moment to collect herself. She had hoped Kiro would indeed come around. After all, Shadow tried to destroy his whole planet and apparently attempted to kill Sonic in their first encounter. But if he was willing to turn around after all that, then there should be hope for Kiro too, right? But as much as he wanted to believe that, that shred of doubt was still there, and she couldn't shake it no matter how much she tried. No, she thought to herself, you can't show anyone that kind of doubt. What kind of a leader doubts her own family? Yang, Sonic, and everyone need you to be at your best. Even if you can't match up to him or mom, you still gotta do your best. You can't hold them back. Those were her thoughts as she rubbed the back of her neck, twisting it somewhat to get this odd kink she's been feeling for a while now, unaware of certain black crack-like marks slowly but surely growing at the back of her neck. So, this Salem, Jewel began to sum up the story that she and Tangle were just told by Sonic, Amy, and Knuckles. Arastra and Asher returned outside to keep guarding the city along with the rest of their team. She's like the queen ant of these grim monsters, and she's working with Dr. Eggman. And my village got zapped to a whole new world because you cleared out all those grim on a completely different continent. Tangle went along, looking to Sonic. I didn't intend to, Sonic tried before getting serious. I never intended to pull anybody to Remnant. But I promised to find a way to get all of your back. Nobody here is getting hurt. We'll make sure of that. Knuckles added as he and Amy stood by Sonic's side. Though Jewel seemed a bit uneasy, Tangle looked with unsurprised smile. From what I've heard, you guys save the world almost every day. If anyone can find an answer to this mess, it's you guys. She had unwavering faith in these people, despite only just meeting them, which caused the trio to smile. And if there's anything I can do to help, we'll let you know, Amy replied. But maybe it'd be best that you stay here and protect your village, Tangle. Vale might be grim-free, but Mistral isn't. And with what's going on in this kingdom, I wouldn't count on somebody else showing up to help other than Team SAFR. Yeah, okay. Got it. Tangle nodded. As much as she wanted to join Sonic and the others on their adventure, her home and friends took priority, and she would protect them with her life. You told them. RWBY looked in surprise as she and Yang entered the main room. Rosa quickly flew over to RWBY and nuzzled against her face, causing the girl to smile. Figured they were due an explanation given what their village just went through. Sonic said. So, you two doing alright? Yeah, we're fine. Yang smiled, looking to Knuckles specifically, who smiled and nodded with approval. We should call the others, see how they're doing. Yep. In fact, we just got a message from Tails. Amy pulled out her scroll. Everyone's checked in and we're ready for a group chat. They're just waiting on us. Great. Ruby smiled. It would be nice to see everyone again, even if it hasn't been so long since they all parted ways. Hey, can we have the room, please? Amy requested. I know this is your museum jewel, but I understand. The Beetle assured. Do what you need to do. And I'm not sure we can contribute much to this conversation anyway. Okay, we'll be right outside. Tangle said as she and her best friend walked out the front door. Amy had her scroll out again as she spotted Tails' signature icon, likely an app he just invented and remotely installed, and clicked it. Her scroll then shined as several holographic forms of all their friends appeared in the room. This included Tails himself, as well as Weiss, Blake, Shadow, John, and Pyrrha. Though Tails, Weiss, and Blake appeared to have each gone through something of a wardrobe change. Tails' new attire was something of a mix between a lab coat and a jumpsuit, all one piece and a light blue sort of color with yellow patches on his elbows and knees, covering him from the neck down, all leaving a small opening for his dual tails. He also carried a pair of goggles on his forehead. Weiss was now sporting a more colorful outfit. While white was still the dominant color, her new attire now had quite a bit of blue and red in it. She had a white jacket attached to a combat skirt with a red sash around her waist that had a snowflake emblem on it, along with a blue undershirt, blue gloves attached to her sleeves, and dark blue knee-high boots. Blake wore an all-black outfit that seemed fit for a proper kunoichi. She wore a black sleeveless top attached to a pair of black shorts, along with a pair of unattached shoulder-length sleeves on her arms and thigh-high leggings with black shoes. Her hair was also tied back in a ponytail and she no longer had her ribbon to hide her cat-like ears. But of course, Ruby and all her friends, and especially Team Sonic and Shadow, were surprised to see the holographic forms of Silver, Blaze, and Vector all present as well. Hello, Sonic. Blaze greeted. Hey everyone. Silver waved. Sup Sonic. Knuckles. Vector grinned. Blaze. Amy exclaimed. Silver. Sonic shouted. Vector. Knuckles questioned. This is certainly unexpected. Shadow noted. Friends of yours? John wondered. Allies. Shadow responded. How in the world did you guys get here? Sonic questioned, still not over his shock with Ruby and Yang being just as surprised. More people from Sonic's world are on Remnant. Not only that, but they all seem to know Sonic. Well, my team and I ended getting zapped over here to Remnant from when you used Chaos Control. Vector explained. Oh, and I know the whole story with Eggman working with Salem, so no need to fill me in there. Same for us. Blaze added, referring to herself and Silver. Though we did not arrive via Chaos Control. Silver and I came to Remnant through the Sol Emeralds, and we are here to offer our aid. We ended up running into Tails and Weiss on their way back to Atlas and they told us about Salem too. Silver added. So Espio and Charmy are here too? Tails asked. They are. Blake confirmed. I met the Chaotix on my way back home along with Sun. Sun's with you? Yang questioned. Yeah, he snuck aboard my ship, and he knows the whole story about Salem too. Blake commented in partial annoyance. Why does that not surprise me? Weiss rolled her eyes. I hate to be rude, Pyrrha spoke up. But perhaps some introductions are in order. Okay. To those who don't know, Sonic began to introduce his newly arrived friends. First up, is Blaze. She's the princess of another dimension and the guardian of the Sol Emeralds. They're like Chaos Emeralds but fiery. Wait, a princess? John exclaimed in comic shock. A real live princess. I am indeed. Blaze confirmed. A pleasure to meet you. Up next is Silver, and get this, he's a hedgehog from the future. Sonic revealed. The future. Ruby practically screamed with her eyes nearly bulging out. Technically, yeah, but that future doesn't exist anymore. Silver replied. Long story and I'd rather not talk about it. But it's nice to meet you all. And lastly, we have Vector, leader of the Chaotix Detective Agency. Sonic summed up. These guys might seem goofy, but they've helped us loads of times in the past. It's true. Knuckles confirmed with a smile. They helped me more than once. They're good friends and reliable allies. Yep, when Chaotix is on the case, we never leave a job unfinished. The crocodile himself grinned. You seem like a big guy. Yang observed. Think you could go for a little arm wrestling when we meet up? She challenged with a grin. Sure, if you got the strength for it, little lady. Vector grinned back. Little. Yang questioned in amused annoyance. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you all, young huntsmen and huntresses of Remnant. Blaze said to the group of former students who haven't met her yet. But as said before, we are aware of the situation on this world, as well as know who each of you are, so that will save us time. It may be best for us to simply cut to the chase to solve the crisis at hand. Agreed. Shadow nodded. My team as well as Team JNPR have just arrived in Vacuo. We made contact with Headmaster Theodore and learned the identity and status of the current Summer Maiden. And, Knuckles encouraged to continue. Her name is Star Sanzang. Pyrrha replied. We haven't met her yet, but from what Professor Theodore has said, she seems like a reliable person. And Theodore said he was willing to work with us to help fight Eggman in Salem. John said. And he can be trusted? Blake asked. He is willing to be cooperative with us. He is a rather straightforward individual, so I believe he is on our side. Shadow confirmed. We also met with Team CFVY too. Pyrrha revealed, surprising the members of Team RWBY. We haven't told them about Salem yet, but we might, depending on how things go. And how are things going for you in Atlas, buddy? Sonic asked Tails. Love the new suit, by the way. He gave his friend a friendly point with his finger. Thanks, and we're doing pretty well here, actually. The young fox replied. Ironwood seems willing to cooperate. He told Winter and the Ace Ops about Salem too. What about the Winter Maiden? Yang asked, which caused Tails, Blaze, Silver, and even Weiss to look a little uncomfortable, much to the group's concern. Her name is Freya, Blaze explained, but she is an elderly woman who is not long for this world. Ironwood even suspects she may have a year left to live. That caused everyone present to look in surprise and sympathy, with even Shadow's expression softening. He offered Winter the chance to be her successor. Weiss revealed with a complicated expression. My sister hasn't made her choice yet, but if she declines, Harriet and Elm from the Ace Ops are willing to step in. But the Winter Maiden is secure for now. What about Penny? Ruby asked with concern. Tails smiled at that. Her repairs are coming along smoothly. I've been working closely with Professor Polendina, and we've even given her plenty of upgrades. I even installed my antivirus program into her so if anyone tries to hack her, they're gonna have a really hard time trying to get in. If things continue the way they do, she should be up by tomorrow. Awesome. Sonic smiled. Ruby felt her heart at that as emotions began to fill her body. Penny was coming back. She would never forget what had happened to her at Beacon. A part of her was worried that she might be gone forever. But, that wasn't the case. She's coming back, and Ruby couldn't be any happier about that. She was already sniffling as Yang reached out to put a comforting hand on her right shoulder, with Amy doing something similar by holding Ruby's left hand. Even Rosa cuddled up to Ruby's face. She couldn't help but smile at all their support. What about Cinder? Shadow inquired. She was taken into Ironwood's custody. Were you able to gain any intel from her? No. Tails shook his head, his smile fading. You did a huge number on her, Shadow. Silver added. She's lost both her arms, her legs are completely wrecked, and she's got enough internal damage that she's been put into a coma. It might not have been just what Shadow did though. Tails spoke up. Further study shows that the Grim that was previously inside her was attached to some of her vital organs. And when it was removed, Tails didn't even need to finish as everyone could put it all together, causing them to wince as they pictured it. Despite everything Cinder did, it was still uncomfortable to know that there was a Grim inside her. Ironwood wants us to see if we can use cybernetics to at least restore her cognitive functions so we can get some intel on Salem. But, with the physical trauma she's sustained, I don't know. Has anyone ever told you that you can be too ruthless at times? Weiss questioned to Shadow. Only when it's deserved, and she did deserve that. The Black Hedgehog replied before looking down somewhat. Though perhaps, I could have pulled some punches. We needed the intel. He groaned out of frustration towards himself. Okay, Sonic tried to get back to the main topic. What about Menagerie? Anything there? He asked Blake and Vector. We managed to get my parents on board, and he has some contacts here that might be able to help us find any Chaos Emeralds that might have appeared on the island. Blake answered. But we did manage to snatch up a couple of White Fang spies working for Eggman. Vector revealed. We got them locked up in the basement, and Espio is trying to interrogate some info out of them. Might want to watch yourselves then. Knuckles advised. There might be other spies there. Don't worry, we're looking into it. Blake replied. So, were you able to patch things up with your parents, Blake? Ruby asked. I know what our job is, but I know that you wanted to. Blake gave an assuring smile. It's all right, Ruby. Thank you, and yes, we were able to talk things out. Happy to hear that. Amy nodded to her friend, who nodded back. Ruby too smiled for her teammate, all while Yang looked away somewhat. While she was indeed happy for her partner in making amends with her family, she would be lying to say that she didn't feel a tad bit envious, given how messed up her own family is compared to Blake's more stable household. At least she still has both her parents, and they were honest with her. What about you guys? How are things in Mistral? Vector questioned. Sonic and his group shared a few winces. Not great, actually. The Blue Hedgehog said. On the bright side, we managed to get Lionheart to work with us. Amy said. And the bad news? Weiss questioned expectantly. Mistal is a mess. Knuckles said bluntly. This kingdom's council's pretty much locked down every huntsman in the main city, more or less abandoning all the outlying villages. And all the prejudice towards the Faunus is only growing because the White Fang helped Eggman attack Beacon. That earned a growl from Blake while Weiss looked away somewhat, the latter wondering if things were that bad in Mistral, they could be even worse in Atlas. What about the Spring Maiden? John asked. Apparently she disappeared over a decade ago, and Lionheart's got no idea where she is. Sonic said, much to everyone's surprise. What? Weiss, Tails, Blake, John, and even Pyrrha all questioned. And here I thought Ozpin had all of Remnant wrapped around his finger. John commented with partial spite. For real, losing someone for over a decade. That's way too sloppy for anyone. Vector agreed. We're trying to see if we can find her ourselves, but, with the Mistralian government the way it is, it's gonna be a long search. Amy put in. We're more or less on our own. What of Bronwyn? Where is he? Shadow questioned, which caused Ruby to look away. He's gone, she muttered. He abandoned you. Blake exclaimed. I told him to get lost. Yang said immediately. I thought I couldn't trust him, and I still completely don't. Those that knew the situation with Kiro had mixed feelings about it. On one end, it was understandable why Yang felt that way and didn't blame her for it. But he still could have had some information that they could have used. I do have one question though. What exactly is that? Blaze's holographic form pointed to Rosa, finally drawing everyone's attention to her. Weiss, John, Blake, and Pyrrha looked more curious than anything else at the small and colorful creature. Is that a wisp? Tails questioned in surprise. Yeah, Sonic answered. The wisps are basically aliens that Eggman tried to weaponize a while back. I saved their planet, but a few chose to stick around on my world. He explained to everyone who didn't know what a wisp was. But how is one on Remnant? Silver asked. It's not just this one. Sonic revealed. A whole bunch of them were taking shelter in Mystic Ruins, a set of temples in my world, and that got transported here via chaos control, like you Vector. He said to the crocodile. In fact, this village we're in, Spiral Hill, is also from our world. Knuckles added. But it and its inhabitants got pulled here the same way. While Tails, Weiss, Silver, Blaze, Vector, and Blake were certainly surprised, Shadow exchanged glances with John and Pyrrha, something Amy noticed. Something similar happened in Vacuo, didn't it? The pink hedgehog questioned. Yes. Pyramid Base, which was once under the Doctor's control, also appeared in Remnant. Shadow reveled, surprising Sonic and everyone. The rest of our group, along with Team CFVY, are about to set out to investigate it. Pyrrha informed. Eggman apparently abandoned it a long time ago, but somebody is there. John added. And we think we might be able to use it to hack into Eggman's network. Let me know when that happens. I can definitely try to use that. Tails said. Will do. John nodded. But how exactly is that even possible? Weiss wondered. I understand how powerful the Chaos Emeralds are, but to have people and locations pulled over to our world. I may have a theory. Blaze began. The Sol Emeralds are essentially my world's equivalent of the Chaos Emeralds, and they are tied directly to my dimension. Therefore, when their power is used outside my dimension, my world will be pulled directly to the one they currently reside in, resulting in two dimensions colliding, which could be catastrophic. Perhaps this is something similar. Have the Chaos Emeralds ever been used in another dimension besides their own? Only once, when we had to fight Ix in the Twilight Cage. Tails remembered. But we left right after that, and that was a pocket dimension that didn't abide by the normal rules of space and time. But Remnant appears to do so. Blaze said. This caused Sonic to look towards Shadow, wondering if he had the answers. The Black Hedgehog recognized his lookalike's expression and was very concerned with this development. If Blaze's theory is correct, then perhaps using Chaos Control to purge the rest of Remnant of Grimm might not be a good idea. Could Chaos Control fix it though? John wondered. Possibly, Shadow said with an uncertain look, indicating that even he was unsure. Oh, I have an idea. Silver raised his hand. What if I go super with you guys? My powers get like a crazy boost too. But instead of using Chaos Control, I just use my supercharged psychokinesis to literally pull all the Grimm off the planet, Salem included. No time-space powers needed. Seems simple enough, Vector said. Yeah, that could work, Sonic said before looking to Rosa. But, I also had the idea of asking the Wisps for help. Really? Weiss questioned skeptically. These little creatures. Sonic, I trust your judgment, but... No, Weiss. He's right, RWBY said immediately. Despite their cute and adorable appearance, she gushed a bit and waved her finger in front of Rosa, who giggled at her. These guys are crazy powerful. I saw them clear away a forest of Grimm like nothing. Seriously. Young looked in just as much surprise as her fellow former students. Seriously. RWBY confirmed. It's true. The Wisps are a lot stronger than they look. Tails explained. They're an energy-based species. I've even seen them hold off a black hole. Heck, when Eggman pulled their star system across the universe to build his interstellar theme park, they were able to send it back with their power alone. No way. Weiss, Blake, John, Pyrrha, Young, and even Silver all shouted, with even Blaze looking surprised. Oh yeah, these guys are real powerhouses. Sonic smirked. But, that was also the combined effort of most of their species. Tails said, I know a few chose to stick around on our world, but probably over 100 at most. That's about as many as we saw in Mystic Ruins. Amy confirmed. I don't know if that's enough to completely clear the planet. Maybe a continent, if we do it one continent at a time. But of course, we'd have to ask them first. Tails said. That's not the only issue. The Wisps may be powerful, but the Doctor was able to corrupt them and use them as weapons before. Shadow recalled. And if he's capable of such a thing, then Salem likely is as well. That really caused Sonic to look uncomfortable. He remembered when Eggman had corrupted the Wisps, and if Salem was as bad as he's been told, she would certainly try to do the same. He already shivered as he imagined the Wisps being turned into Grimm-like versions of themselves, and it wasn't a pretty picture to imagine. The last thing he wanted is them getting hurt because of him. Maybe asking them for help wasn't such a... Suddenly, Rosa chirped rapidly, bouncing all across the room as it sounded like she was trying to say something. What's she saying? Yang asked. No idea, Knuckles confirmed. Hang on. The hologram of Tails showed him pulling out his Miles Electric and hooking it up to his personal scroll. Like I said before, I knew a few Wisps were going to stay in live on our world, so I kept my translator program. If I can download it to my scroll and transmit it to each of yours, after typing in a series of commands in his personal device, everyone's scrolls beeped, prompting the entire group to pull them out as they saw a new feature uploaded and installed in their devices. One that had the icon of a white wisp on it. RWBY pressed the button first as a sonogram appeared on her scroll. Hello. Hello, RWBY. A high feminine voice popped up, causing her to gasp as she looked up to see Rosa in front of her. Rosa, did you just talk? Yeah, well, I've always been talking, you just didn't quite understand me. Rosa spoke. A wide smile formed on RWBY's face as she pulled Rosa in for a hug with a squeal. Knew keeping the translator program would come in handy. Tails smiled. Tails, buddy, you never cease to surprise me. Sonic smirked. I'm so glad that you can all understand me now. Rosa flew in the middle of the room for all to see and hear her. And just so you know, we want to help. Really? Sonic looked in surprise. But Rosa, it's dangerous, RWBY said. So, we've faced danger before. When Baldy Nosehair came to our home, we were scared. But then, Sonic came to our rescue and saved us all. Rosa then flew to Sonic directly. You told us that we were stronger than how most see us. You showed us that we can fight and stand for ourselves. So let us fight and save your world from Badly Nosehair and that evil witch. We want to help you. Once again, Sonic was reminded just how brave and powerful these little guys were, despite their small and squishy appearance. And at this point, they needed all the help that they can get. With that, Sonic showed off his usual confident smile and gave the pinkish Wisp a friendly point. Right on. Welcome aboard. He shared a high five with the Wisp before she flew over to RWBY and who hugged her, with the Wisp squealing in delight. Such a sight caused everyone in the room to smile, with even Shadow giving a nod. Despite the risk he mentioned, they really did need all the help they could get. Right then, John found himself laughing aloud, surprising everyone. Sorry, it's just, Badly Nosehair. Was she talking about Eggman? He said in between laughs. Sonic then laughed, processing it himself. Yep, that's what the Wisps call him. Baldy Nosehair. Though I tend to call him Baldy McNosehair. RWBY, Yang, John, Silver, Vector, and even Pyrrha all broke out in laughter at that. Knuckles, Blaze, Blake, and even Weiss chuckled at the remark as well, with even a half grin appearing on Shadow's own face. Okay, I am definitely calling him McNosehair the next time I see him. Yang said as she continued to laugh before calming down. Oh, and that's not the only good news we got. That's right. Knuckles pulled out the blue Chaos Emerald, much to the surprise of Tails, Weiss, Blake, Vector, Silver, Blaze, John, and Pyrrha. You found a Chaos Emerald. Tails said in joy. Yep. A Grim was using this to empower itself while attacking Spiral Hill. Knuckles answered. But we stopped it. That's great. So, 1 down, and 6 to go. Silver said with confidence. Tails, you think you can use this to track the others? Knuckles inquired. Hold it over your scroll, I'll see if I can scan it. It'll be hard doing it a long distance but maybe, Tails instructed. Knuckles did as so and held his scroll in one hand over the blue Chaos Emerald in the other. Tails then got to work with his own scroll, hooking it to the Miles Electric. Alright, I've isolated the energy signature. Now if I can wire that into the Emerald Radar program and factor in Remnant's topography, Tails focused hard as he typed in all the necessary commands before his screen brightened. I got it, I think I got it. You know where the other emeralds are? Sonic asked as everyone looked hopeful. I wasn't able to lock onto their specific locations, because I'm using my radar feature long distance, but I have managed to locate their general proximity. This more than narrows down our search. Tails explained. Well, don't leave us hanging, little guy. Where are they? Yang asked excitedly. Hang on, I'm transmitting their locations to each of your scrolls. Tails said, prompting everyone to look at their individual scrolls. It looks like there's another in Mistral, on the northern tip of the continent. Maybe close to the city of Argus. Argus. John and Pyrrha both said simultaneously as they looked to each other. You know that place? Vector asked. That's my hometown, my mother lives there. Pyrrha revealed, surprising everyone. My sister Saffron lives there too, with her wife Terra. John added. I also know there's an Atlas military base there. Weiss said. So, we'll talk with General Ironwood and see if he can have his soldiers there help in the search. Blaze offered. Great, but what about the others? Amy asked. Well, it looks like there's at least 2 here in Atlas. Tails looked at the radar. One a bit closer to the city, the other at the northernmost tip of that continent too. We'll definitely look into those. And another seems to be in Menagerie. Blake looked at the findings on her scroll. And that one seems to be smack dab in the middle of the desert. I'm guessing that's not a friendly spot to be. Yang assumed, noticing the disgruntled look on her partner's face. Well, if you don't mind dealing with dangerous desert Grim while you're there. Blake replied. Leave that one to us. Vector said. There's one in Vacuo too. But I can't pick up its exact location either. Tails informed. There's a lot of interference in that area, but it seems to be in the central spot of the region. We'll look into it, Shadow said. And the last one. Tails got the general location of the 7th and final emerald, but once he found it, a shocked and borderline horrified look fell on his face, much to everyone's concern. Tails. Amy looked worried. Found it, but it looks like it's on the Grimm's home turf. Tails revealed, pulling up an image of the black dragon-shaped continent with a dot in the middle of it. Salem's neighborhood, Sonic said seriously, which caused everyone to look either serious or nervous. He clicked his tongue before speaking again. 10 Chili Dogs says she's probably found that one already. And if she hasn't, she will soon. Blaze commented. When we first arrived in Spiral Hill, it was being attacked by a Grimm that was amplifying its own power with this Chaos Emerald. Yang said, and if a simple Grimm can do that, it could empower Salem too. Knuckles said with a grave expression on his face. So, Silver tried to get everyone's spirits up. We got 1, 2. And we know where the others are. We'll find them, overwhelm Salem and take that last one back. That's assuming it all goes as smoothly as we want it to. Weiss commented. We got no time to waste, let's get looking. Sonic said as he was prepared to leave. Sonic, wait. Blake got his attention. I know finding the emeralds is important, but we need allies too. And if things are as bad as you say they are in Mistral, then, you need to find Sienna Khan. She's right. Vector agreed. An Eggman could have more spies in her midst. Can we be certain that this Sienna Khan can be trusted? Blaze inquired. From what I gather, the White Fang aren't exactly open-minded. No offense. And Sienna Khan is also the one who turned the White Fang from a peaceful protest into an armed militia. Pyrrha added. I know what you're all thinking, but listen to me. Blake pleaded. I know Sienna and she is not a fanatic like Adam. If the whole world is in danger, that includes the Faunus, so I'll know she'll listen. Got any idea where we can find her? RWBY asked. We were able to pull off the scrolls from those 2 spies we nabbed. Vector informed. We got their GPS logs and found only one spot they would frequently go to in Mistral. I'll send it to you. The crocodile pulled out his scroll and forwarded the location he talked about. Sonic looked to his scroll and saw the sent coordinates. It appeared to be on the eastern side of the continent, in the middle of a desert volcano-based area. It looks like her place is near a volcano. Mount Naklov. Weiss identified. It was an old Schnee Dust Company mine that had a plethora of fire dust crystals before it was run dry. Now it's abandoned. Seems like the perfect place for a militia to hide. Yang commented. Okay, here's the plan. Sonic said to his group. I'll speed my way over to Naklov and try to recruit Sienna. You guys, head to Argus and see if you can find that other Chaos Emerald there. We could come with you. RWBY offered. No, I'll be faster on my own. Sonic declined. Hey Sonic, just so you know, everyone in Menagerie looks up to you cause of your little flashy stunt in Vale. Vector put in. Every Faunus here is calling you the golden hero. Maybe you can use that. I'm not one for publicity but, I'll try. Sonic shrugged. It's the same here in Atlas too. Weiss added. Everyone on Remnant is reacting to what happened. Yeah, we heard all that from Lionheart. Knuckles replied. The rest of us will see what we can do about finding the other emeralds. Shadow said. We'll look into the one in Vacua once we've secured Pyramid Base. Sounds like we have a plan now. John said. Oh and hey, RWBY before you go, he got her attention. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for how things went in your house before we left. I shouldn't have brought up your mom, I'm sorry. His holographic form showed a sincere look in his eyes, indicating that he really meant it. RWBY was momentarily stunned by this, but nonetheless, she smiled gratefully towards her friend and fellow leader and gave a nod. Thank you, John. And for the record, I appreciate you standing up for me. Anytime. John smiled. This gesture caused for Pyrrha to smile proudly towards him, with Shadow giving a slight nod of approval. And before we all go, I just wanted to say, I miss you guys. RWBY said to everyone. I know we only just left a while ago but, Weiss, Blake, John, Pyrrha, Tails, all of you, I really do miss you. Each of them had smiles of their own. I miss you too, RWBY. Weiss said sincerely. We all do. Blake said as well. And yes Yang, I miss you too. She joked a bit, though the words were still sincere, something the blonde could tell. Yeah, same here. Yang said to her partner somewhat emotionally, despite trying to keep up an assuring smile. By the way, love the new look. A slight giggle escaped Blake's lips as a small blush appeared. Thanks. Tails, tell Penny I said, hi, when she's back. And that I miss her too. RWBY said. Sure thing. Tails nodded. And I miss you too, buddy. Sonic said to his best friend and surrogate brother, who smiled towards him. But I don't miss you, Shadow. He joked, earning laughs from everyone. The feeling is mutual, Shadow replied, earning more laughs from the rest of the group. Tell Nora and Ren that we said hi too. Amy said to John and Pyrrha. Same to Coco and the others. Yang added. We will. Pyrrha assured. Now go crush some Grim. She grinned. Good luck, to you all. Blaze said to everyone. May we meet together on the battlefield soon. Silver vowed, trying to sound cool. Until then, hang in there. Vector saluted before his and everyone else's hologram cut off, ending the group chat between the heroes. Once that was all settled, Sonic and his group left the Mineral Museum, getting the attention of Tangle, Jewel, and even Team SAFR. Hey Tangle, Jewel, Sonic waved. Thanks for having us, but I gotta go. Got a world to save. It's cool, I get it. Thanks for coming over. Tangle waved friendly. And, no rush, but please do try to find a way for us to return home relatively soon. Jewel requested, trying to sound as polite as possible, despite being clearly nervous. You got it. Sonic waved back. Hey Sonic, RWBY got his attention one last time. She looked like she was about to say something, but hesitated for a minute before putting on a confident smile. If you run into Eggman, go scramble him up for me. No problem. And I'll make it extra crispy for your sake. The blue hedgehog grinned before speeding down the path that led down the hill and away from the village. In a matter of seconds, the fastest thing alive disappeared from the area completely, leaving only a blue energy trail in his wake. When he was gone though, while Yang, Knuckles, and Amy went to speak with Tangle, Jewel, and Team SAFR, RWBY's smile faded and her spirit lowered somewhat, something Rosa noticed. What's wrong, RWBY? The pinkish wisp asked. I guess I'm just worried. The girl confessed. There's no need to worry about Sonic. Rosa beamed. He's the fastest being in the universe. He can defeat any enemy that crosses his way. I know that. RWBY replied. He's stronger than all of us, I'm more worried about us without him. Rosa did dampen slightly at that, but tried to perk herself back up as she cuddled up to RWBY's face. I'm worried too, but, we got all your friends and his. I'm sure it'll be okay. RWBY chuckled slightly as she patted Rosa. Thanks. You're leaving for Argus? Asher questioned. Yeah, it's important that we get there as quick as possible. Amy confirmed. Ooh, low roll there. Pike winced. It would take several days to walk all the way to Argus. The fastest is by train, or airship. Fortunately, Lionheart sent an airship to pick us up. Orostra said. You can just borrow that and take that to Argus. We'll hoof it the way back to the city. It's how we got here in the first place. You'd do that for us? Yang asked in surprise. After what you just did to that Geist when we first met. I'd say you'd earned it. Phoenix put a hand of approval on Yang's shoulder. You're gonna go far, Yang. Believe that. Yang looked in awe at the praise she just received from a professional huntsman no less. With a humble smile, she bowed her head. Thanks, and it was nice to meet you guys. Knuckles smiled at the praise Yang just received, only for a shadow to loom over the whole group, catching their attention. Looking up, everyone saw a Mystralian airship lowering itself into the town square just outside the museum. Huh, perfect timing. Orostra smiled. The group went to the ship as it touched down and the side doors opened, revealing a group of individuals that surprised RWBY, Yang, as well as Knuckles and Amy. Oh, hey RWBY. Hey, Yang. Neptune waved as he and his teammates, Scarlet and Sage stepped out, with Nolan Porfirio right behind them. Neptune. The two half-sisters exclaimed in surprise. Friends of yours? Tangle wondered. They're Huntsman students from Haven. Amy explained. We met them at Beacon a while back. What are you guys doing here? RWBY asked, still not over her surprise. Professor Lionheart sent this ship to pick up Team SAFR. Sage answered. We didn't exactly ask for kids to escort us. Asher commented skeptically. No offense, but we can handle ourselves. Oh, None taken. Neptune replied. He sent the ship for you guys, but he sent us here to help look after this village. Really? Knuckles asked. It's true. Scarlet confirmed. We know what's going on in the main city, with all huntsmen being locked down to protect it. But we're only students, a smirk fell on his face. And the order doesn't necessarily pertain to us. You can rest at ease, ladies. Neptune bowed coolly to Tangle and Jewel. Team SSNN is here for your protection. Oh, well, thank you, Jewel. While grateful for the assist, she didn't exactly appreciate the way this Neptune person was speaking to her. Well, hey, there. Totally nice to meet you guys. Tangle used her tail to pull all of Team SSNN into a group embrace. You're gonna love my hometown. I'm sure we will. Neptune smiled before looking to Ruby and Yang. So, where are Weiss and Blake? Arslan said that she met with you guys in the city, and I know Lionheart told us to expect you guys here, but they never said about the rest of your team. Weiss and Blake are on their own missions. Yang explained. They had to go to Atlas and Menagerie. We just ended a call with them and the rest of our friends. By the way, thanks again for sending Sun. Ruby said, which only ended up confusing the team of young men. Sun? Scarlet wondered, much to Ruby's confusion. Yeah, Sun ended up joining Blake. The girl said. He's with her in Menagerie. He's what? Sage questioned, much to the surprise of Ruby, Yang, Knuckles, and even Amy. Wait, he didn't tell you guys? Yang asked. No, he didn't. Scarlet stated. He said he was going to catch up to us, but Menagerie. That's on the other side of the world. Ah. Sage smacked his hand on his face. At this point, I'm not surprised. Hold on, he's done this kind of thing before. Ruby questioned. All the time. Scarlet complained. How do you think he ended up in Vale before the rest of us? He hitched a ride on that cargo ship before we even left Mistral. Well, he did say he would meet up with us. Neptune tried to ease them. And he always does. Sage scoffed. I'll give it maybe a couple months before we even hear from him again. And a couple days before he disappears again. He shook his head in disappointment. Some leader. As much as Ruby wanted to say something in defense of Sun, such as him helping Blake right now, which she was grateful for, she couldn't help but silently agree. Sun is supposed to be the leader from his team. But he ditched them. He left without even telling them what he was doing. What kind of a leader abandons their team like that? Her fists clenched in anger just thinking about it. Ruby. Rosa looked to her with concern, snapping her out of her angry thoughts, which she attempted to shake off. Nothing. Thanks for the ride, Neptune. Ruby said as she rubbed the back of her neck. We should get going, she told the rest of her group. Right. Knuckles agreed as he and Amy boarded the ship alongside Ruby, with Rosa flying after her. Yang was the last one on, bringing her motorcycle on board. Once they were all inside, the ship's side doors closed before it took off and proceeded to fly away from Spiral Hill Village. We should head out too. Orostra said to her team. Right. Pike nodded. Thanks for having us. He waved to Tangle and Jewel. Thanks for your help. Tangle waved with her tail as she saw Team SAFR leave her town before turning to Team SSNN. So, who wants a tour? Atlas, Schnee Manor. Weiss left the confines of her room, having just gotten off the group conversation with all her friends, all with a smile on her face. It was nice to see and hear from them all again, and she hoped that she'd still be able to do so. But first up, she had a job to do here. As she walked through the empty hallways of her home, Weiss had her scroll out, which she used to transmit the data of the general location of the Chaos Emeralds to Winter. Her older sister could relay the information to General Ironwood, and if everything worked well, they would be able to find 3 emeralds. But as optimistic as she wanted to be about all of it, she was also scared that something could go wrong at any given time. Being back in this household certainly didn't help to calm her nerves. But right as she was about to put her scroll away, she got a news alert, which drew her curiosity. The heading on the alert read, "Strike at SDC Mine continues." Her curiosity piquing, Weiss tapped the alert, which brought up a live news report of several miners outside a dust mine, all holding up picket signs and protesting with an Ankar woman on the scene. It is now the second day of the ongoing strike at the SDC mines. Ever since the battle that took place at Beacon Academy in Vale, the miners have been less willing to continue their work. We attempted to speak to those who organized this rally just moments ago. If the Golden Hero has shown us anything, it's that we don't have to be afraid anymore. One Faunus miner said, I'm done risking my life just to earn a bare minimum wage. We deserve better than this. Already the SDC security detail has arrived. So far, the demonstration has remained peaceful, but that could change in a heartbeat. With a serious look on her face, Weiss called for her older sister, who answered after a couple rings. Weiss. I just saw the news. Did you know about this protest? Weiss questioned. Yes, we've been made aware. Winter confirmed. The general doesn't really expect there to be too much trouble, however. One of our scouts reported that it's only been a peaceful protest. But knowing our father, that could change. Weiss said gravely. So, I'll be going there. Weiss, Winter protested. I'll try and negotiate with those in charge, see if we can settle this dispute peacefully. Weiss said. And if I'm there, father won't try anything. He won't risk hurting his little heiress, not without looking bad in front of the news. Even if she couldn't see her, there was a small smirk on Winter's face on the other side of the line before it faded. Even if father sits on his hands here, something could still happen. Tensions between Mantle and Atlas, and especially with the Faunus, have been high. And that could draw in the Grim. Yeah, that would be a problem. Weiss admitted, which is why I am going to request that Blaze and Silver join you. Winter said, to Weiss, surprise, particularly in that she was not only letting her go but also sending them and not any of the ace ops or a soldier detail. If any soldiers arrive on the scene, the Faunus workers could see it as an act of aggression which could only make things worse. Maybe our new friends could have a different approach. Plus, they've proven they can handle themselves and you if something were to happen. I can handle myself too, you know. Weiss pointed. I know, but I'm still your older sister. Winter said in a somewhat humorous tone, which did earn a slight chuckle from Weiss. I'll let them know and send a transport, expect it within the hour. All right and, thank you, Winter. Weiss said gratefully. Just be careful, Weiss. Winter said before hanging up, all while Weiss had a smile on her face. Nice to see you two are still getting along. Turning around, Weiss was stunned to see her younger brother right behind her with a knowing grin on his face. When did you? Just now. Whitley kept a grin. Weiss sighed in annoyance. How much did you hear? Enough. The smirking little Whitley replied. Are you going to tell father? Weiss questioned. Maybe. Whitley purposely toyed with her, if only to further annoy his sister. But, I might not, if you let me join you. Out of all the possible attempts at blackmail she thought her younger brother would attempt, that was a request she did not expect. You've never left the city of Atlas before. Why now? Weiss questioned. You say you can try and negotiate with those protesters peacefully, while Winter would probably order the military to force them to shut down. Whitley said, which earned a glare from Weiss in how he just disrespected their sister. But you're not a brute like her, so I'd like to see for myself just what you can do in a situation like this. And you would probably judge as to whether or not I'm fit to be the heiress, correct? Weiss looked at him expectantly. I wouldn't say that. Whitley waved his hand, still toying with her. But like you said, I haven't left the city, you have though. You got experience in the outside world, so truthfully would best be the one to de-escalate the situation. All I ask is that you take with me to observe, and I promise not to get in your way. Weiss was a little unsure about this. Her trust issues with Whitley aside, the younger brother who was too much like their father. She didn't know how he'd handle to being in a chaotic environment like what's going on at the mines. And even if he did, if something bad were to happen, he would be completely unprepared and could be in serious danger in the worst-case scenario. But she feared that if she denied him, he would rat her out to her father, and that would make it harder for her to look into the SDC and find out just how deep Eggman's corruption in her family's company really is. The heiress gave a slight sigh. You let me do all the talking, and you do not leave my side. Understood. Fair enough. Whitley accepted. Shall we, then? You'll want to get a jacket. Weiss advised before a smirk reminiscent of Sonic's formed on her face. No offense little brother, but I wouldn't expect a city kid to last 10 seconds in the cold. Wouldn't want you getting sick. She patted his head. Whitley was stunned by her sister's remark as he blushed with embarrassment before walking to his room to get said jacket, much to Weiss' amusement. Eastern Anima. Sonic sped his way through the eastern part of the Anima continent, having long passed all the mountains and forests. The new region he entered was now a mix of deserts and volcanoes, though nothing was particularly humongous or dangerous. The most dangerous spots he could see were a few lava pools and geysers scattered around the general area, and there didn't appear to be a single settlement or village in this entire region, though Sonic was unsurprised by this. Not exactly a tropical paradise, Sonic said to himself as he continued to run, looking at the GPS on his scroll which showed a dot on the map, his destination. Looking around, he spotted what seemed to be the largest volcano before picking up speed to make his way there quicker. In a matter of minutes, the blue hedgehog found himself at the base of Mount Naklov. "Hello," he called out for anyone who could hopefully hear him. "Is there a Miss Sienna Khan here?" A glint of light shinned out of the corner of his eye. Sonic gazed up to see two figures leaping down towards him with their weapons pointing outward. The blue blur leapt back to avoid a crushing strike from his attackers, with the dust clearing to reveal those that attacked him. They were clearly faunus but were noticeably tall. One had a lengthy build to him with horse-like hooves for feet, horse ears on his head and a long white horse-like mane on the back of his head for hair and yellow eyes. The other had a much more muscular build, having ox-like horns and long black hair and blue eyes. The horse faunus wore black armor fitting for a Chinese warrior with a white fang emblem painted on the chest, with his weapon of choice being a Shuangyu flare spear tip attached to a chain with a steel ball on the other end. While the ox faunus had white armor identical to the other one with a black-white fang emblem painted on his chest, and his weapon appeared to be a simple trident. "Intruder." The ox faunus pointed his weapon forward. "Leave now if you value your life, this is your only warning." The horse faunus warned. "Hey, easy ox head and horse face." Sonic raised his hands, showing he was unarmed. "I just wanna talk to your boss, Sienna Khan. Nobody speaks to our high leader." The ox faunus stated. "You may not be human, but you are clearly not a faunus either." "Sure, but you know who is. Blake Belladonna who sent me here," Sonic revealed, catching the pair of faunus guards by surprise. "And how about that creep, Adam Taurus, who sided with a crazy mad scientist and is hell-bent on conquering all of Remnant?" The mention of that one's name caused the pair to narrow their eyes as they looked to each other. "Look, I'm not here to cause trouble. But your boss might be in danger, so I'm here to warn her, as well as maybe help her out. So, what do you say?" Once again, the pair looked to one another before conversing with each other in whispers, all while not taking their eyes off Sonic. "It seems Taurus really has betrayed High Leader Khan," the horse faunus said, "and if Belladonna's daughter sent him here, she left the cause too." "Wuchang," the ox faunus replied. "I know that, brother. But she did so peacefully, and High Leader Khan chose to respect her wishes." The horse faunus named Wuchang eased the ox faunus who appeared to be his brother. "That, and this one does bear a resemblance to the Golden Hero." The ox faunus looked to the blue hedgehog. "And no single intruder could have found our base this quickly. He was tipped off. High Leader Khan would like to know more of this, Haibai," Wuchang said. With a sigh, the ox faunus named Haibai relented. "Very well," he said to Sonic. "We will grant you an audience with High Leader Khan. But take heed, if you try anything to endanger her or any of our brothers and sisters in arms, we will kill you. No harm, no foul. Promise," Sonic assured. "Stay by our side and do not wander off." Wuchang warned as he pressed a stone on the wall of the volcano's base, activating a fulcrum as the stone receded and the rock wall split apart, revealing a pathway that led inside the volcano. "Step inside," Haibai ordered, allowing Sonic to do so with the two guards right beside him, the stone door closing behind them soon after they entered. Atlas. A Schnee Dust Company airship made its way from the floating city toward the dust mine where the protest was taking place. On board said ship, aside from the pilot, were Weiss, Silver, Blaze, Whitley, and a few security personnel, each of them wearing heavy clothing, with Whitley wearing a much thicker jacket than the rest and appeared to be shivering somewhat, much to Silver's concern. "Why are you cold? Isn't Atlas always supposed to be cold?" the gray hedgehog asked. "Well, excuse me for not having a natural fur coat," Whitley stated. When he first boarded the ship and met the two, he almost fainted at the sight of Silver, especially as he bore such a resemblance to the Golden Hero, only for Weiss to tell him that they were separate people and that they were friends of hers, though she chose not to go into any further details, which Whitley accepted. Atlas and Mantle are both equipped with a heating grid to protect its citizens from the harsh weather outside. Weiss explained to Silver before a smirk fell on her face. But Whitley is a bit less resistant to the cold because he never ventures outside the city so much. Such a sheltered boy, she teased her little brother, who only scowled at her. So, you hope to dissolve this protest peacefully, Weiss? Blaze asked. That is my plan. Of course, I don't expect it to go so smoothly. Weiss commented. If people hate working in those mines, why not just quit? Silver asked. Because it's probably the only job they can get. Weiss answered, much to Silver's surprise. A majority of our miners are all Faunus, and because of our current system, they are looked down upon and are not really given the chance to work higher paying jobs. It also doesn't help that they're dangerous. Whitley said, drawing Silver and Blaze's attention. You are referring to the White Fang, the Fire Princess noted. So, you've heard of them. Whitley replied. Armed terrorists who take whatever they want and don't care about how much blood they have to spill to get it. He noticed the complicated look on his sister's face. Oh come now sister, you used to say the exact same thing. They even attacked Beacon, supporting a would-be conqueror who would enslave all of Remnant. The White Fang have done a great deal of damage, including killing people. I completely agree on that. Weiss granted. However, you need to also remember Whitley, that not every Faunus is born into that organization. Some even disagree and try to fight back against them. And even then, they started off as a protest organization, only opting to take up violence because people like our father either look the other way when they're being oppressed or do the oppressing themselves. I am not defending the White Fang, but they ended up the way they did for a reason. And I even met some Faunus who only felt they had to join up with them because they had no other choice. Once again, she thought back to not only Blake, but also Pfeiffer, the poor boy who lost his family while working in her family's mines. Her mind also drifted back to Adam, seeing his face, with her company's logo branded over his eye. Even if Adam was now a dangerous killer, she couldn't help but wonder if he turned out the way he did because of her family. But even if that was the case, she wasn't going to let any of that happen again. She had to fix her family name, she had to redeem it before her father destroys it completely. And she would start by negotiating with the leaders of this protest. Blaze saw the expression on Weiss' face, and even if she wasn't a mind reader, she could tell from the look in the girl's eyes just how invested she was with this. Blaze understood that all too well, feeling the responsibility of guarding the Sol Emeralds and protecting her own kingdom. But she also noticed a free spirit in her eyes as well, no doubt Sonic's influence if Tails' stories were anything to go by. Something else that she could personally relate to. A smile formed on her face. Well, I think what you're doing right now is very noble of you, Weiss. Blaze said, causing Weiss to look at her in surprise. Yeah, for real. Your dad might be a scumbag, but you're like the opposite of him. Silver added his words of encouragement. I don't know much about your family, but if you're setting the standards, I'd say you set the bar pretty high. Weiss couldn't help but look away with a smile and a blush. Being praised by these two, especially Blaze, made her feel very warm inside. And she knew they were right. Sonic and RWBY wouldn't back down from a challenge like this, and neither would she. Though she wouldn't say it aloud, she chose to add blue and red for her outfit because of how inspired by them she was, and she wasn't going to let them or the memory of her grandfather down. Thank you both. She smiled. Whitley, however, looked away with a scowl. That comment on their father didn't sit very well with him. While Whitley knew that their father wasn't perfect, he also knew that he brought the SDC up to where it was now, being the most successful business in all of Remnant. Sure, maybe it had its flaws, but it's practically the pride of Atlas, the most advanced kingdom in the world. If Weiss thinks she can just up and leave and still expect to run their family's company, then she had another thing coming. And these two animal strangers didn't know her as well as he did, or their family. So maybe they should mind their own business. We'll be touching down soon. The pilot announced from the cockpit. All right, Silver, Blaze, if at all possible, keep your faces hidden. Weiss requested. Silver alone already bears a resemblance to Sonic, and I don't want to cause any misunderstandings. Why not use that your advantage, sister? Whitley questioned rather spitefully. Because, as I said, I don't want to cause misunderstandings. Weiss answered her brother in a subtly angry tone. I don't want to falsely raise anybody's hope. Isn't that what you're trying to do now with this little negotiation? Whitley went on. Blaze, however, stood up to break the growing tension. We understand, Weiss. And we'll let you handle this, you're more familiar with these circumstances than we are. She put up her jacket's hood to conceal her face as Silver did the same. Yeah, and if the Grimm show up, we'll handle them. Silver said, to which Weiss nodded. Their vessel touched down some distance away from the mining station, which was built into a mountain. The entrance to the mine was surrounded by various crude buildings with mining tracks and carts that led in and out of the large hole that went deep into the mountain, along with various heavy equipment vehicles like trucks, tractors, excavators, and loading cranes. However, none of them were operational today as essentially every Faunus worker, who numbered in the hundreds, were all outside, shouting and parading large picket signs, refusing the work as they faced a line of SDC security personnel and a few Atlassian soldiers, all of whom maintained a cold demeanor in stark contrast to the heated workers as they continued to shout and protest. The side doors opened on Weiss, ship as she, Blaze, Silver, and Whitley stepped out with their personal security escort. Wow, that's a lot of workers, Silver looked in awe. And they all seem very eager to be heard. Blaze said seriously. Let's go. Weiss said as she led those around them towards the ongoing protest. As they got closer, they began to hear a chant all the workers were shouting. We deserve better. Our golden dawn is here. 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 It didn't take long for Weiss, Silver, and Blaze to figure out what the protesters meant by Golden Dawn. The fact that several signs they held up all had crude pictures of supersonic drawn on them all but sealed the deal. And the second she saw them, Weiss smiled before getting serious as she stepped forward to the leader of the security team, while her brother and friends hung back. Weiss saw how the leader had a megaphone hooked to his belt. May I borrow that? She requested. He nodded as he handed it to her. Thank you. She turned it on and spoke into it. Hello. Testing. She made sure it worked first, and it got the attention of several protesters, while those in the back kept shouting. Excuse me. May I have your attention? This seemed to quiet everyone down. Thank you. As all of you probably know, my name is Weiss Schnee, heiress of the Schnee Dust Company. And to probably all of you, my name isn't exactly something you can relate to anything particularly positive. That's an understatement, one dear Faunus worker shouted from the middle of the crowd. And I do not fault you for feeling that way. Nor do I for rallying behind such a symbol. Weiss continued. I was at Beacon. I saw the golden hero with my own eyes. I saw him wipe out every single Grimm on that continent, making the Kingdom of Vale Grimm-free, a feat that has never once happened in the history of all of Remnant. He is, without a doubt, an inspiration. Weiss said with a smile before continued. And I'm hoping I can follow a similar lead. I know my company has done all of you wrong, and I want to fix it. I know you probably can't take my word at face value, so I will let my actions speak for me. Who is in charge here? I'm hoping we can reach a compromise and have your concerns addressed in a peaceful manner. Those are some pretty words there, Schnee. Someone made their way to the front with a group of people right behind them. It was a group of 5 in total, 4 women with their leader being a tan-skinned young woman with white hair and violet eyes. And right beside her was a man with dark skin, messy black hair connecting to a short beard on his face, and gray eyes, his left one having a scar over it. He wore a dark gray coat with a white shirt underneath, a red bandana on his head, black pants, bright red gloves and black boots. Let's see you put some action behind it like you said. The woman continued. Putting her microphone away, Weiss addressed the group of 5, looking to the woman first. You are Robin Hill, leader of the Happy Huntresses. Despite graduating from Atlas, you and your team primarily operate in Mantle. Somebody's gotta since the army won't. Robin said with disdain in her voice, something Weiss understood before she looked to the man who wasn't part of their team. And you are Hanlon Fifestone. Weiss continued. A well-respected leader of the Mantle Union. Huh, kid's done her homework. Hanlon said with a sarcastic tone and a half-smile. And I know what you're thinking, most of us are human, so why bother to defend all the filthy animals? I wouldn't say it like that, Weiss said. Not all humans hate the faunus. All these people live in Mantle and they are suffer the worst out of everyone in this kingdom. Robin stated. I know, and that's why I'm here. Weiss said. Whatever it is that these people need and want, I'll help to provide it. Well, for starters, how about a change of location? Hanlon requested. People are getting sick in these mines. They have heaters that can barely work, so if all the dust poisoning doesn't kill them, freezing to death will. And that's not to say how one accident can cause an explosion and or collapse, crushing everyone inside. Joanna Greenleaf of the Happy Huntresses commented. Your company works with the military, right? May Marigold added. And we know all those old AKs are being decommissioned. Why not modify them to work the mines instead? That's not a bad idea, actually. Whitley admitted silently. Though he didn't know the details of what their miners had to deal with on a daily basis, he did know that it was dangerous and potentially deadly. So having machines work in their place could make things more efficient and be less risky for their living employees. I believe we can make that work, Weiss said, finding something that she can use to establish proper negotiations. My older sister is in the military and can get into direct contact with General Ironwood, maybe we can. I don't know if that's a good idea. Fiona Thiem said somewhat meekly. Why not? Weiss asked with Silver looking in confusion too. He's overseeing the decommissioning. 'Cause he doesn't trust anyone outside his precious Atlas. Hanlon said with spite. And even if the old AKs are de-weaponized, there is a risk of them still being used as weapons. And somebody as paranoid as him won't let it happen. Perhaps you're not wrong about that risk, but you brought up the suggestion in the first place. Weiss said. General Ironwood is the only one with the resources needed to give you what you want, but you're not even considering asking for the help you need. The help that we can provide. Robin did understand that much at least. Even if she didn't completely trust Ironwood, she also knew he may be the only one who can make the arrangements needed. At the very least, they could actually have a conversation, as opposed to someone like Jacques Schnee who probably wouldn't even make the time of day for them. Get us into contact with Ironwood himself, and we'll talk, Robin said. Weiss smiled. I can arrange that. Hopefully that settles. Hey, everyone turned to see someone else come onto the scene, having arrived on his personal vehicle, resembling something of a motorcycle with hovercraft technology. The one driving the vehicle was a man with light skin, blue eyes, and long spiky brown hair that connected to a beard at his chin. His attire was that of a red jacket with gold accents with golden brooches on his shoulders, a black vest with gold accents tucked in beneath his beige slacks, a white dress shirt and a darker red tie. This is the reason Essen hasn't been getting its dust. Oh great. Hanlon rolled his eyes. Who is that? Weiss asked, not recognizing this man. Bram Thornmain, he oversees some of the outlying villages outside the main kingdom of Atlas or Mantle. Robin answered as the man angrily marched up, with Blaze quietly stepping in front of Whitley, who looked rather nervous at the man's visible anger. Essen barely has enough power to keep its heat going. Brand stated to the whole group. It's only a matter of time before we run out. Oh, I'm sorry that the safety of all these workers is second priority to you. May said sarcastically, gesturing to the protesters. Whatever it is you're doing, I'm sure you can put it on hold for a few minutes and make sure that the people outside the main kingdom, who have a plethora of dust already, get what they need so they can hold over the next year. Bran argued. Mr. Thornmain. Weiss got his attention. I'm sorry if it feels the people of your village are being neglected, and I'm sure there is something we can do now for them. But these people need help too. She gestured to all of the Faunus workers, and when he turned to see the dirty and exhausted state the miners were all in, his expression did soften somewhat. If there are people who need dust right away, we'll get it to them. I'm sure there's a compromise we can reach that will help everyone. Bram then looked to the heiress skeptically. You're a Schnee, and given your family's reputation, pardon me if I don't take your word at face value. Weiss did her best to surpass an annoyed sigh. She understood his skepticism, but the prospect of being denied help at every turn was still frustrating. Robin noticed the frustrated feeling in her eye as well. Hold out your hand. The leader of the Happy Huntresses requested, to Weiss, surprise in her friend's curiosity. What are you? Just do it, Robin told her. More curious than anything, Weiss held out her right hand, to which Robin grabbed with her own, and when they made contact, both their hands were coated in a pale lilac glow, much to the surprise of Weiss and her friends. You say you're going to try and help us, try and get in contact with Ironwood about finding better conditions for all these people. Is that really the truth? Despite her initial surprise, Weiss gave her answer. Yes, it is. This caused the glow around both their hands to turn green. Robin pulled her hand back with a genuine look of surprise. Huh, an honest schnee, I'll be damned. Your semblance, I take it. Weiss assumed. Robin can literally tell if a person's lying or not, yes. Fiona said to Weiss. That certainly sounds like a useful ability. Blaze mentally noted. The leader of the Happy Huntresses then gave a nod. Alright, let's talk this out. With everyone here, she looked to Bram, who seemed to have calmed down. He knew about Robin's semblance and how it worked, and if this Schnee girl was telling the truth about wanting to help everyone, then he could hear her out too. Good. I'm glad that we could come to an understanding. Weiss smiled. Blaze smiled too as she had observed the whole thing. Weiss handled herself very well here, even when an unexpected variable showed up. She kept a calm and decisive demeanor during the whole exchange, as well as an open-minded attitude with a willingness to hear what the opposing party had to say. She was quite impressed to say the least. However, when looking towards the crowd of protesters, Blaze noticed something that caused her to look with curiosity. Focusing her gaze slightly, she noticed a little girl who appeared to be hiding in the crowd. The girl herself noticed Blaze looking at her, which caused her to fall back deeper into the protesting workers, causing the Fire Princess to raise an eyebrow with curiosity and suspicion. Meanwhile, while all the workers were outside, the mining tunnels that stretched all underground and throughout the mountain were completely empty. And within said tunnels, glowing colorful veins could be seen across the walls. This was raw and unrefined dust, just waiting to be extracted and processed. And yet, despite workers not being present, there was indeed someone here. A figure wearing a hooded robe, their face obscured by the shadows of said hood, quickly dashed through the empty mining tunnels, looking around for something. The figure stopped when they found a spot on the wall to their right where dust veins were conjoining together. They reached into their robe to pull out a black plate-like device and attached it to the wall. Running their gloved finger along the base of the plate, a red light shined, indicating the device's activation. Mistral, Mount Naklov. Sonic was escorted by RWBY and Wuchang into the White Fang base, which had the interior design akin to a temple mixed with a military base. There were a number of White Fang agents present, all of whom had similar yet different attire to the ones he saw in Vale. As he walked through their base, he observed a variety of rooms where he could see a few Faunus training in hand-to-hand combat, or rooms with weapons and vehicles, or even those just minding their own business. A few Faunus in this base stood out more than others. A male Faunus with brown hair and bat-like wings on his back, a female Faunus with silver hair who hung upside down from the ceiling via spider web, a large bald and muscular male Faunus with black bear-like ears, claws and fur on his arms, and a female Faunus who had long blue hair and blue reptilian eyes with white snake-like skin. A large number of these Faunus quickly took notice of Sonic as he passed through. A majority of them found themselves staring. "Nice place you guys got," Sonic said to his escorts. "High Leader Khan was informed of your presence," RWBY said as he held out his scroll. "She is awaiting us in her throne room. Can't wait to meet her," the blue hedgehog said before entering the next room over. When he was gone, the spider girl dropped from her spot on the ceiling next to the bat-winged man and pulled out her scroll to type a message. "We have a problem. The blue rodent is here. He's meeting Sienna." The responder messaged back. "That was quicker than I'd expected. Who else is with you?" "Myself, Yuma, Bai, and Gui, and everyone else." The spider girl texted. "But Sienna's people are here too, including RWBY and Wuchang. I'll be there soon, with extra firepower." The responder replied. "Move now. Kill the traitors before they can cause any further damage." "Understood. Trifa, out." The spider Faunus known as Trifa looked to her batwing partner, Yuma, with a serious expression. Looking across the hallway, they made eye contact with the bear man and snake woman, Gui and Bai respectively, and nodded to them. They nodded back as all four of them drew their respective weapons. "High Leader Khan," Wuchang announced as he and RWBY entered the throne room where a quartet of guards with spears stood around a throne where the current leader of the White Fang sat. "Our guest." He and his brother stepped aside somewhat, allowing Sonic to walk up, though the two stayed close behind him to make sure they didn't try anything. Sienna Khan, right. Sonic addressed the tiger faunus woman on her throne, who stood up once she saw him. This short, blue-furred hedgehog-like creature, he looked almost exactly like the Golden Hero. You know my name, Sienna said seriously. Who are you? She questioned as her guards pointed their spears at him defensively. The name's Sonic, and I'm not here to cause trouble. The blue hedgehog raised his hands. I've come alone, unarmed. How were you able to find this place? Sienna questioned. Oh, from a couple spies in Menagerie working for the same guy who tried to level Beacon. Sonic answered, much to Sienna's shock. Blake says, hi, by the way. Blake, the mention of that girl's name caused Sienna's expression to soften before she got serious again. She sent you here. To warn you and to ask for your help. Sonic said, I'm guessing you saw what happened at Beacon, right? About that jerk Adam trying to level the school, and teaming up with a crazed scientist who's got enough tech to put Atlas to shame. Sienna scowled as she did indeed remember that. She saw the broadcast of this Dr. Eggman openly attacking Beacon and using the White Fang as his personal foot soldiers. And judging by the look on her face, Sonic could tell that Sienna was not happy about it. Yeah, guessing nobody told you about any of that. He assumed. You were at Beacon, correct? Sienna questioned as she sat down, prompting her guards to stand up straight. Yep, Sonic confirmed. Reports said that most if not the entirety of the Veil branch of the White Fang was wiped out completely. Is this true? Sienna asked. Sonic had a sympathetic look on his face. Yeah, it's true. I'm sorry. Was Adam among those casualties? Sienna questioned. No, he slipped away along with Eggman. Sonic answered. Sienna looked away with a scowl. That stupid boy. You really didn't know about any of that? Sonic asked. Of course I didn't. Sienna stood up from her throne in anger. I don't know what you know about the White Fang. Well, I do know that you were the first one to suggest using violence when they were only just protesting before. Sonic said, narrowing his eyes somewhat. Only when necessary. Sienna argued. Those protests weren't enough. Our people were still being shot at. Beaten. Murdered. We needed to defend ourselves. That, I get. Sonic understood. But I also do know that you've waged an open war against the Schnee Dust Company. And yes, those guys aren't exactly noble either, but your side did kill people, and not all of them were fighters. Sienna Khan narrowed her eyes, but made no effort to deny it. Look, I get that you want to help your people and I'm totally on board with that. But that creep Adam, and others like him, have basically turned your little revolutionary army into a cult, executing anyone they think deserves it. Now they're working for an even more dangerous whack job and his cult friends who are going to make things worse for everyone, the Faunus included. I also know that Blake seems to think that you care enough about your people that you'd be willing to help fight the real bad guys, and I want to believe that she was right. How exactly do you know her? Sienna questioned. She's a friend, Sonic answered. We fought together at Beacon along with a lot of other really good people, human and Faunus, who want to fix things. This mess we're in is a whole lot bigger than you think and there's a lot more on the line than just Faunus rights. All I'm asking is that you hear what I have to say and maybe actually help your people to live another day, because I can promise that if the bad guys win, there might not even be a remnant left to live on. This hedgehog, he was saying a lot of the same kind of things that Gira and even Professor Ozpin told her at different points. She knew Gira and his family her whole life, and even if she did respect him, especially in that he refused to compromise his own ideals, he wasn't willing to fight back even when being shot at. And she'd met with Professor Ozpin early in her time in trying to reorganize the White Fang as its new leader. He tried to warn her that her path wasn't the right one, that there are humans out there who want to bridge the divide and he was one of them. She knew that much was true and not every human on the planet was an irredeemable scumbag, but Ozpin was far too complacent and not willing to take risks or larger strides. Both of them were nothing more than pretty words with no action. But this Sonic, he was different. Despite saying the same sort of things they said to her, she could tell from his eyes that he was a person of action. A free spirit and a fighter who was willing to take a stand for what he believed in, and fight back when people pushed against him. That was something she can understand and respect. You have 5 minutes. Sienna granted. Sonic smirked. More than enough time for me. However, not even a second later, the entire chamber began to shake, much to the concern of everyone present. Several Faunus inactively grabbed their weapons as Sonic and Sienna looked up to the source of the shaking, where pebbles and dust fell from the ceiling. Almost like something was trying to force its way inside. Boom! Asterisk. An explosion erupted from the ceiling and wall behind the throne, forcing Sienna and her guards to roll and evade the resulting debris that fell over. Sonic immediately rushed to Sienna, grabbed her, and pulled her towards RWBY and Wuchang. Both had their weapons immediately drawn as everyone looked towards the large smoking hole that tore through half of the wall and ceiling, the debris having crushed the throne that Sienna previously sat on. A pair of lights shined out onto them as a certain white and black transport that had flown all its way from Vacuo hovered in the large chamber, and a certain sword-wielding red-headed maniac stood on top of it. A bit messier than I would have liked, but I'll take it. Adam smirked. Adam! Sienna exclaimed in anger with Sonic scowling. Sienna, good to see you again. Adam said with faux politeness. RWBY, Wuchang, you too. He told the brothers, who pointed their weapons up at him. Traitor! RWBY shouted. And you, Adam found himself scowling at the blue hedgehog who glared in his direction. Must be the Sonic that I've heard so much about. A pleasure to finally meet you. Feeling ain't mutual buddy, especially from Eggman's latest lackey, Sellout. Sonic told him. I'm nobody's lackey. And the only sellout is her. He pointed to Sienna. Adam, what have you done? The tiger Faunus snarled. What needed to be done for our people? Adam began. I do appreciate how you've wanted to help the Faunus to ascend to their rightful place, but you would have a stand as humanity's equal. He spat in disgust. When in reality, we're the dominant species of this world. I'm doing what's necessary to see that our people get what they deserve. All you're doing is just having them trade one slaver for another. Sonic told him. Eggman doesn't care about the Faunus, and I'm starting to think that you don't either. Adam glared as he drew his sword and pointed it at Sonic. Who are you to judge me, Golden Hero? He spat in disgust, causing Sienna to look in surprise as she gazed at Sonic. Golden Hero. This blue hedgehog is the same one who wiped out all the Grim in Vale. You've become a false idol for the Faunus to rally behind. To make them feel it's okay for them to stay where they are, complacent and under humanity's thumb. Well, I'm about to show you just who. Before he even got a chance to finish, Sonic sped up to deliver a homing attack to the underbelly of the transport that Adam stood on top of, knocking him off and allowing for Sonic to strike him mid-air with a spin dash and send him crashing into the wall, much to the further surprise of Sienna and everybody else as Sonic landed on the ground. Sorry, but you left yourself wide open. Sonic grinned before getting serious as he gestured for his enemy to come to him. Get up. I'm not interested in one of your little long-winded speeches, Mr. Edgelord. You want me at your feet, you're going to have to do it by force. Growling angrily, Adam pushed himself up from the wall. Oh, trust me, we will. He looked to the 4 Faunus guards and nodded to them. They nodded back as they immediately turned their spears towards Sienna, as well as RWBY and Wuchang, the two drawing their weapons as they stood close to Sienna. What is this? Sienna questioned. The door to the throne room suddenly broke open as Trifa, Yuma, Gui, and Bai, and over 24 White Fang agents entered, all of whom had guns and blades. And the second those doors became open, Sienna caught the scent of blood. Focusing her own eyes, the tiger Faunus gasped as she looked outside to see the room behind littered with the bodies of several other White Fang agents. Even Sonic saw that with a look of surprise as Adam smirked and resumed his speech. It had to be done. We had to cut out the weak and complacent before their disease could spread to the rest of our kind. Adam, Sienna shook, both with shock and rage. You traitors. All of you. RWBY shouted to the treacherous Faunus. Sonic then turned to Adam with a scowl of his own. You're seriously messed up. For real. Make your little jokes, rat. Adam grinned. No joke. You're a legit psychopath, Adam. Sonic said. And I'm gonna enjoy wiping the floor with you. You'll have to get past the doctor's latest invention first. Adam pressed a button on his robotic arm, causing the still hovering transport he arrived on to transform. Everyone, even Adam's followers, looked in surprise to see the vessel change and shift, taking the form of 20-foot-tall humanoid mechanical white tiger razor-sharp teeth and claws, along with black stripes and the Eggman Empire logo embedded on its chest. It even gave a robotic roar that seemed like that of a digital tiger. The egg by Akko, I believe is what he called it. Adam introduced. It will tear you apart, Sonic. A beautiful retribution for your assassination of Sienna Khan and attempted massacre of the White Fang. He pointed his glowing red blade forward. Kill them all. Atlas, SDC mining facility. Alright, so in addition to the new plan for remodeling the obsolete AK units into mining drones, we'll be working to establish better positions for the workers who chose to remain in the SDC, which includes higher pay obviously. Weiss summed everything up on the data she put on her scroll as she, Robin, Hanlon, and Bran all sat around a table in a small building within the mining facility for a bit of extra warmth. It made more sense to talk and negotiate inside as opposed to just standing out in the cold. Silver, Blaze, and Whitley stood on one side behind Weiss, not getting involved and just simply watched her work, while the happy huntresses did the same behind Robin. Though depending on the job in question, they might need to receive training. Weiss said. Like combat. For security detail. Robin wondered. My first thought was that of pilots for transport, but security can also work if it's their choice. Weiss said. Although if they want higher positions in the company, such as the work that involves at a desk with paper, they would need the proper training there too. You'd have to set up a lot of programs for that, and can't imagine a lot of the trainers would be very open-minded. Hanlon commented. Some might. Weiss said. Although you're not wrong, and such an overhaul in the company's policy will take time, which is unavoidable. And yes, Bran, I understand that Essen is in dire need of dust, as are some of the outlining settlements, which is why I'll be ordering all the already processed dust to be transported there first before moving on to Mantle and later Atlas. That's all I ask. Bran accepted. Wow, she's good. Silver whispered to Blaze. Even though I didn't know half the stuff she was saying. Blaze smiled humorously as she whispered back. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you simply when we're done here. Whitley said nothing but had listened to the entire negotiation process. As much as he hated to admit it, Weiss handled herself very well, a lot better than he probably would have. And he'd been working with his father on this type of negotiation strategy ever since she left for Beacon. She clearly knew what she was doing, so maybe having her head the company wouldn't be totally disastrous. He'd have some points to give himself, but he doubted that she would really listen to him anyway. Their father was the only one in their family to ever really listen to him for anything after all. Boom. Asterisk. A loud and thundering explosion could be heard from outside, shaking everyone inside the building as well as startling them all. What the hell was that? May exclaimed. Weiss, Blaze, and Silver were the first to run outside with Whitley, the happy huntress, Bran, and Hanlon right behind them. Once outside, they and all the Faunus workers looked up in horror as they saw an enormous wave of snow and debris coming down the mountain's side and heading straight for them. Avalanche. One Faunus protester screamed as a panic already began to ensue, the people screaming and running in all directions. Wait, no. Fiona could only look in terror at the disaster that was unfolding. I'll stop it. You guys get everyone out of here. Silver's body was coated in cyan energy as he flew straight up the mountainside, much to the surprise of most of the present group. Wait, did that guy just fly? Joanna questioned. No time to worry about that. Just focus on getting all these people to safety. Blaze ordered. She's right. Let's go. Bran ran to try and get some order in the panicking crowd. Come on, everyone. Stick together. Move as far away from the mountain as possible. Hanlon, Blaze, and the happy huntresses were quick to join him to try and restore order, but Whitley couldn't help but look up at the incoming avalanche in terror, his body frozen with fear. Whitley. Weiss grabbed him by the wrist, shaking him out of his stupor. Come on. Stay close to me. She pulled him away. All right, he shakily replied as he tried to keep up with his sister. Silver was only a third of his way up the mountain when he met the avalanche. With a mighty yell, Silver threw his hands outward to catch all the rocks and snowballs at the front of the avalanche and pushed back, halting its advance. But despite doing so, everything else that came down from behind began to pile on, making the avalanche that much heavier and harder for the futuristic hedgehog to hold back. Come on, Silver, he grunted, already starting to sweat. You've held back much worse than this. Keep pushing. Don't let a single person below get killed. His efforts did not go unnoticed by the same hooded figure who was stalking the empty mines just moments ago, the same individual who had also put a bomb at the top of the mountain to start the ongoing avalanche in the first place. And from the safety of a cliffside a couple miles away via advanced technological binoculars, they watched as Silver continued to hold back the avalanche, while Blaze, Weiss, and everyone else tried to evacuate all the protesters. Already half of them had managed to escape from the perimeter. Now for the rest. The figure held a trigger in his gloved hand and pressed the button. Well underneath behind everyone's feet, all his pre-placed bombs went off in the empty dust mines, triggering the veins in their respective locations and sending chaotic elemental exploding throughout various areas of the tunnels underneath, crippling the foundation. This led to several large cracks forming on the ground throughout the facility outside, as well as the subsequent collapse of the ground caving in on itself. Multiple people screamed as they all fell into the newly formed pit. This included Whitley as the ground underneath him sank and he ended up pulling Weiss down with him. Robin fell too, along with May and even Hanlon at different spots. Blaze was outside the perimeter, on more stable ground, looking in even greater terror as she saw the ground continue to give way. A high-pitched scream got her attention as she looked to see the same little girl she had seen before about to fall into the hole. Acting on pure instinct, Blaze dashed forward, using flames from her feet to propel her at speeds to rival that of Sonic. She made it to the girl just as she fell and quickly wrapped her arms around the child as she too ended up falling into the pit. Robin, May, Fiona screamed as she, Joanna, Bran, and most of the protesters had managed to get away from the collapsing ground. No. Silver turned around to look in shock at the newly formed hole. This however distracted him from the growing avalanche, which caused his hold on it to weaken. Already he felt a huge strain as he tried to refocus and push it all back. Only for what looked like an orange portal to appear in the air right by his side. What? A bomb was thrown out to hit him point blank, causing an explosion that ultimately broke his focus. His powers disappeared and the avalanche suddenly came back down hard, catching Silver and sending him into the hole before all the rocks, snow, and debris fell in all around the area, creating a massive cloud of dust and snow. And when it all cleared, Fiona, Joanna, Bran, and all the other protesters could only look in shock and terror to see the facility was now completely gone. The ground that had caved way to form a hole was now entirely covered by everything that came down from the avalanche, more or less wiping the entire facility off the face of the mountain's base. The only one who didn't appear in shock was the individual responsible for this mess, who continued to remain at his safe distance. The resulting shockwave blew his hood off to reveal his face. The individual was neither human nor faunus, but rather an anthropomorphic duck-billed platypus with white fur, a black bill, red eyes and yellow sclera. He also had 3 hair turfs on his head that were combed over to the right, with the frontmost turf having a brown streak in it. Intelligent, but effective. Phase 1, complete. The platypus said with a smile as he brandished his left gloved hand, which had an orange gemstone with a swirling pattern on it and used said stone to create a glowing orange portal by his side. Time for the experiment to begin. He stepped into the portal, which promptly closed behind him, leaving no trace of his presence whatsoever. And this at the end of part 18 this what if. Hope you guys like it. Do not forget to leave a comment down below and subscribe to the channel.